sister would walk into my mom's room, and the other person would continue walking past. My sister would never answer her. My sister is pretty no-nonsense and busy and doesn't like silly paranormal stuff. So finally Mom says, "Who keeps coming downstairs with you? And why won't you answer the question? It's creeping me out." And so finally my sister admits she felt someone following her lately but didn't want to acknowledge it because it was kind of scaring her. So my sister saged out the basement, and they left her. When she was a kid, she dreamt that my grandpa's trailer burned down, and my mom got a call that morning that it had. She used to speak to people who weren't there as a kid and completely freaked my mom out. My mom's favorite story is my toddler sister saying, "See, eyes, nose, mouth," while describing someone in their home that my mom couldn't see. My sister is probably the most psychically sensitive person I've ever met, and I know she's legit because she's always trying to wave it away like it's just an annoyance. I think she actually sees more than she even tells us and only admits it when someone else sees something with her. Sadly, I, who love the paranormal, seem to have missed this trait in the bloodline. An exorcism. When I was 17, my friends and I passed by a house where something weird was happening. So we stopped in front of the house and tried to look through the front window curtains, and a group of around 8 people were in the dining room sitting on a big table, and some of them were holding a woman that was lying on the table. The woman was yelling like a cat. There was a priest conducting the ceremony. The weirdest thing was that a little girl was playing with dolls in the garage of that house. She was wearing a white dress. I and my friends were in shock, and nobody said anything for about 5 minutes. Out of the blue, one of my friends yelled, "Satan," and we got the hell out of there. Everybody was running like crazy. That was in 1998 in Costa Rica. Weirdest night of my life. I have 2 equally terrifying stories, but I'll tell the supernatural one rather than the physical one. I once was going home after a night at the skating rink with my best friend. Both of us were just innocent kids back then. When I got inside my apartment, I felt a little uneasy. This was no new feeling to me, as I'd been experiencing some paranormal stuff for months in this new house. All of it was only happening to me, though, so I felt a little crazy, honestly. Anyway, I go to the living room for a second and say hi to my family before turning around to go in my room. My best friend stops me and goes, "Don't go in there. There's someone standing in your room." And I think that she is just trying to fuck with me because she knows my house is haunted or something. So I, more brazenly than before, take a big step forward right into my room. As soon as I enter the room, I literally heard footsteps running at me from the middle of my room. Mind you, I couldn't see anything despite the lights being on. And as the footsteps reached right in front of me, I felt this shove in my chest like someone wanted to hurt me, and I fell flat on my back outside of my room and was dazed from fear. The uneasiness I felt when I came into the home slowly went away after that, and all was well for that night. I don't know if this counts as scary, but it was mostly emotional for me. Some context here. I'm Arab and Shia Muslim. This happened on the 11th of August 2023 during summer vacation. I was studying abroad, so I went back to my home country for the summer. However, when I returned home, the month of August coincided with the Islamic month of Muharram. So for us Shia Muslims, it's the month of religious mourning and grief. But for me and my family, it's the month of not only mourning, but also the month when we get really busy with the annual charity work that we always do. This work consists of cooking large portions of food and providing it to the neighborhood and needy, for free, obviously. It's kind of a business, basically. Sure, I couldn't entertain myself because of that, but I really didn't mind helping my family. It was better than sitting at a desk researching and writing essays. I was assigned as the manager for assembling, counting, checking supplies, and filling cardboard lunch boxes. The number of boxes is always big, like from 150 to 500 or even 800 boxes to assemble and fill. Because of that large quantity, we had to divide it into different rooms. The dining room was full, so we had to add the rest of the boxes in the living room. That got full as well, and we added the rest in another room. We're working in a house, by the way, not a warehouse. Now, here's the scary part that happened to me. As we worked all day, the sun set, and it was time for evening prayer. So everyone stopped working and took a break by performing the evening prayer. As for me, being a bit of a workaholic, I wanted to make sure of everything by counting how many boxes have been filled before I go and pray. I went to the room we have called Duwaniyah. It's the room where men socialize. Every Arabian Gulf country has these rooms in their houses, and it was half full of boxes. My dad was sitting in the corner of this room after his evening prayer and holding his prayer beads. He could clearly see me working. So, as I was counting, he chatted a bit about how I was and asked where my sister was. She was supposed to come and help at that time, but she was feeling unwell. I answered normally. I was done counting in that room, and and I turned around to leave, only to see my dad entering the room I was in and asking, in a fine manner, if I was counting the boxes. I stood there paralyzed with my mouth agape. I turned to look at the corner to find it empty. My dad noticed my reaction and asked what was wrong, and I explained it to him. But he didn't believe me. He said that I wasn't focusing well on his movement or saying that he walked barefoot, so he said he was silent when he walked around me. But I insisted that the incident happened within a few seconds. Still didn't believe me even to this day. I was shivering at that point, and my heart was pounding painfully. That's when it got somewhat weird but emotional. I went to my aunts right away, my dad's sisters, and told them about the incident. The first thing they asked was this: "Are you sure it was your dad? Or your grandfather?" My dad's father. I was surprised by that question and the fact they asked it so normally. Mind you that my grandfather passed away when I was 11 or 12 years old. I asked how and what they meant by that question, and they explained it to me. Apparently, because it was Muharram, and it happened on a Friday evening. In Islam, it's our holy day, and the fact it happened in the house. This is my grandfather's house, where we did good deeds, the charity work. There was a high chance that the spirits of our deceased loved ones descend from heaven to check in on us, and they disguised themselves as living people so they wouldn't scare us. So technically, the man in that corner was my deceased grandfather disguised as my dad to ask how I was and how my sisters were doing. At that point, it became emotional for me. I went to pray the evening prayer, but I found it difficult to hold back tears. I told my other aunts and my mom's sisters, about the incident, and they said the same thing and proceeded to recall having similar experiences, but with different people. So yeah, that was the scary but emotional experience I had. I was visiting Joshua Tree National Park by the Eagle Rock entrance. A friend and I were scouting filming locations and wanted to camp overnight before heading back to Los Angeles. We pull up to the ranger station, but it's completely empty and dark, so we just decide to go to the nearest campsite, and if they want us to move or anything, we'd figure it out then. It's the end of summer, which is the off-season for that park, being a desert, and that day it had been ridiculously hot, like 113 at the Salton Sea. Anyway, it's finally starting to cool off, and we are trying to set up before it gets too dark. Each campsite is a ring with different places to pull your car up and park off the ring, with a stone picnic table and fire pit for every spot. Since we were planning on filming, we had a bunch of film cameras with us to take stills for inspo and review later, etc. We put our folded chairs on top of the stone bench so we could get a better view of the light of the setting sun behind the mountains. So we are chilling, just sitting on top of this table and taking in the beauty. I noticed them first, a collection of lights in the sky. If you held your hand straight out and made a thumbs up, they'd be covered by your thumb. That's how close to the mountaintop they were. We'd seen planes and satellites pass overhead multiple times by that point, and they were distinctly higher, much higher in the sky. These lights stood out to me for a few reasons. A, there was nothing over there. No town, no cell towers, no cities, no military base, nothing. It's an extremely remote part of the park, and the military base is of the 29 Palm side, facing a different direction. They started moving strangely. My friend was facing the other direction, taking pictures of the sun setting colors while I stared at the lights, trying to figure out what they were. Stars? Too bright to see any other stars, and they were way too low, right? The lights started making shapes. They formed a triangle and sort of glided slowly across the mountaintop. Then they morphed into a square, then another triangle. There were 6 or 7, maybe more at some point, maybe less at others. I imagine it would be like what a bright drone might look like. But then they shot, and I mean rocketed, across the top of the mountains. It left a streak of light as they moved, like if you had a glow stick and waved it quickly with your arms, that sort of trailing effect. Then they'd come to a complete and rapid stop, make shapes again, and then do it again. It's hard for me to gauge distances, and I'm not going to pretend to be one of those people that can look at something that is clearly miles away and estimate how fast, high, or big it is. I do know that working in film, I've seen drones and worked with them, and this did not seem appropriate. They were too bright, too fast for the distances they were traveling. And there were so many. Anyway, my buddy finally turned towards that side and kind of stared as well until I eventually said, "You see that too, right?" She confirmed. "Maybe drones?" She agreed it was too fast and bright for the distance. Not high enough for commercial planes or satellites, and certainly not moving like them. We watched them for close to an hour, like the sun fully set and darkness came in and the stars came out and these dancing lights were still going. Making shapes, zipping in streaks across the horizon, stopping suddenly, making more shapes, and then going again. I got so freaked out looking at them when it got dark that I purposely moved my chair to face the other direction while my friend continued to observe it. We ended up leaving early for a very different reason that I'm too tired to type out in what is already a long story. But the short of it is that a very creepy dude scared us pretty badly that we packed up and raced out of the park. I don't know what those lights were, and when I tell people I saw the dancing lights in the desert, they tell me it was probably military or satellites. I don't know how to explain it, but you just had to be there to understand the bizarre nature of them. My friend and I both know we saw something deeply unsettling.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Joe? Oh, it just started?
Yeah, we're rolling.
Oh, okay.
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you, too.
You're like one of my longest term comedy friends. Like, we've known each other since the early years, man.
I want to say, like, 9.
Yeah, I think it's around 91.
And what a lot of people probably don't even know is, like, the way your TV career, your hardball.
Yeah, you were on Hardball. Jim and I did a pilot for a sitcom that was on Fox in like 93. Right?
Yep. Yep.
And Jim was he was the mascot for the opposing team. And it was fucking hilarious. God damn, we had fun. I have a photo of you and I. We looked like babies. I gotta find it. We looked like babies.
I love this shit.
Yeah, we were both like 26. And we were little cute-faced little babies.
And I remember watching the show, so excited for you. And then after Hardball, because I'd always follow you then was it News Radio?
Yeah.
And I'm like, Joe's on News Radio. I tell my wife, and we were watching, like, we're so excited for Joe. And then just watching you just constantly grow and grow. And then when you started doing the UFC, I would tell my friends, like, that's the real Joe. Like, that's Joe's. And when you start doing this, I went, that's Joe, bro. Meaning, this is how I've known you forever. It's not like we've hung out all the time, but I remember just being in LA, just hanging out, talking to you, and I couldn't relate to a lot of it. You know, I wanted leather pants, fucking white tiger walking down. I was chasing it all, whatever. Like, start him that way.
What did you want?
Dude, first time I went to LA, I went into a place and I bought like satin blue clothes. I wanted Eddie Murphy leather pants with like a tiger. I wanted to walk down Melrose with a tiger just so people go bonkers.
So you had some like high school boy, like the posters on the wall, like these kind of thoughts about success.
Well, MTV showed me, yeah. So I wanted to be a Juice Priest. I didn't know the guy was wearing an S&M outfit.
Nobody did. So many guys.
He came out with a bullwhip.
When he came out as gay, a lot of guys were like, hey, wait a minute. Oh, duh. I mean, look how he's dressed. Give me a photo of Rob Halford. I met Rob Halford. He's a really nice guy. I did this VH1 show that I hosted once. He was one of the guests on it. Super cool guy.
Great guy. And I would argue with people. They go, Brewer, you know this guy's gay. I'm like, no, he's not.
Look at the chaps. You don't even see the chaps in that picture. You just see the top of him.
He's got a bullwhip. He's wearing an S&M outfit.
Yeah. Look at that one. Go to that one with the open shirt.
Right there. He's screaming, I'm gay. And I'm yelling at people going, no, he's not. He's metal, you moron. And the reason why I would argue is because I'd say, he doesn't have an earring in his right ear, because that's what defined what was gay.
Yeah.
I had dangling cross earrings, so everyone that was gay knew, hey, side. But if you had it on the right ear, like, oh, this guy.
Remember that?
Of course I do.
I remember if you were a rock and roll guy, you were allowed to have 1 and 2 ears.
Yeah,
you were
it
a
still
rebel.
was a little sketch. For
Still
me,
a
it was a
little
little sketch. If you had it in your right ear, like,
And if you had hoops, they couldn't be too big. I remember I got a hoop on my left ear, and it was a little too big. And I looked at myself in the mirror.
I'm glad I didn't know you. I think Joe turned a corner. Yeah, something about Johnny turned a corner.
Yeah, Rob Halford got input to dress up like an S&M person.
Dude, I swear my life. I went to this little shop. I grew up in Long Island, and there was this little rock and roll shop named Slip Disc, and they sold Rob Halford the spikes.
The glove?
No, it was around his wristband,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And I remember going to order pizza, and I rolled my denim jacket, and I go, let me get 2 slices, and I just let everyone know, like, fuck, I got it. Seems going that way. What a bunch of morons. That's why I can't get annoyed at my kids. Because I had a dangling cross earring. I'm wearing a denim jacket, painted Judas Priest on the back, and I think I know it. I mean, and I'm in LA, and I'm ready to wear leather pants.
Every kid's got to be able to make their own fucking ridiculous mistakes like that.
Yeah. Oh, so it was what I know you don't remember, but I remember being in LA with you. I don't know what the hell maybe it was for the pilot, and I'm ready to go and go star humping and get my star on, and you're like, dude, we go to the gym? I'm like, gym? Why would you want to go to the gym right now? Like, bro, go to the gym, and go in the pool hall, you want to go to the pool hall, and you drag me to the pool hall, and I was just like, what am I doing?
That was Hollywood Billiards.
Yes!
Famous place.
But you stayed who you were. And that I've always admired.
Well, I got lucky. Those things didn't have an appeal to me. Like going to parties and all that stuff, it just there was no appeal. And for whatever reason, I just didn't find it interesting. I mean, occasionally, go to a party, talk to some interesting people, it's fun. For the most part, it felt like there was a lot of standing around. And in Hollywood, the conversations that were really interesting were few and far between. They weren't that, like, I've been to parties at friends' house that have, like, really cool friends, and you meet interesting people, and you have, like, really fun conversations. But in Hollywood, it was a lot of, like, who you know, and what are you doing, and what we're planning, and how we're going to take over, and...
This you has a deal? Oh, God, I know him. I can hook you up with that producer.
The deal thing. And getting to know actors was such a... It's like, these poor folks had, you know how a lot of kids today have a real problem with social media because they're looking at other people's stuff, and other people's faces look perfect because they're wearing filters, and they have this they see other people partying, they have the FOMO, the fear of missing out. They're constantly comparing themselves to other people. Well, for actors, when I lived in the 90s in Hollywood, it was the Hollywood Reporter and like Variety and all of the industry magazines. They would all sit around reading them the same way like a jealous person looks at someone's Instagram. Like you look at some guy's car, God, it's got a fucking 69 Camaro, shit. You know, yes. Look at her with her Gucci bag and her this and her that.
And they'd also flaunt. I remember being with I don't even want to give the person credit. So I'm working with some person, and
What's her name, Ron?
Hats. So Mr. Hats, who's literally like a Dr. Seuss character anyway, would try to impress his people, and I'll never forget. He's like, "I've got this brand new Lamborghini, you gotta check it out." And so but Mr. Hats didn't buy a brand new Lamborghini; he bought a used one. And he goes to this block, which is next to Jay Lynch. That's all they do is name drop, money, name drop. And so he's pulling out of the garage. The side view mirror starts dangling, and the back, and he's 6'3", so he did his fucking thing like this. Pop over there, pop. While try to abuse more young minds like yourself and rape your ideas. So he hopped in there, and then the thing bottomed out, and broke down 2 days later. But going to that distance just to show off is just exhausting.
Some people, they think that that's the only way in their head they've ever made it. They have to have that thing where they show, I've got the Lamborghini, I got the house in the Hollywood Hills, like here I am. Like that's one of the reasons why people like to throw parties. It's not just to have a bunch of people over the house, it's to show you what they have. Like, look.
And I was falling for that in the beginning. I fell for it hard. But
how'd you get out of it? Because you live, I love the way you live. You live in New Jersey. You live in like a nice, beautiful community with trees and shit, and everything's calm, and and you're a family man. Like I love the fact that you just went no.
Yeah, I grew up probably like the way you did. I don't know exactly. I grew up very blue collar. My dad was sanitation. My mom worked at the airport. We lived near JFK, and everyone looked after each other. It was a community. It was a family. You may not like each other, but everyone. I thrived for that my whole life once I left it. Hollywood doesn't present, nowhere present. So how did I leave it? I think it was honestly, I think getting fired, seeing too much of Hollywood. I got shot out of a cannon, and I immediately had such a disgusting taste in my life. I wanted nothing to do with it.
You went from SNL to just going, fuck it. I'm just going to do stand-up. I'm going to do my radio show. I'm going to do stand-up.
Right after that, well, okay. So when you, at the end of the day, I didn't even want SNL. I didn't want SNL. You and I both know that was, nobody came out of there going, that's the greatest gig. It's very rarely people came out of there.
They come out of there like they were in a fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like they just got out of a fucking bar fight.
Exactly.
That's how Phil Hartman was. When I first started working with Phil Hartman in '94, he had just left SNL, and it took a while for him to be comfortable around us. Like the news radio people, the actors, were super friendly. Everybody liked to get hammered. It was like the big thing. We would get fucking blasted drunk. Yeah. But we were all like really, like in terms of like actors, genuinely supportive. Like Dave Foley was the most supportive guy ever. Like he was always writing jokes for you. He was always like rewriting scenes for you. Like, Jim, why don't you come in and say this instead? Or he would write like really great lines. But Phil was like he was in a competition at first. He thought like everybody was going to be competitive. And then once he relaxed, Phil had smoked weed. And once he relaxed, he's like, yeah, going on there was like everybody was like dog eat dog. Everybody's at each other's throats.
It's dog eat dog. And there's no rhyme or reason.
Yeah.
There's no rhyme or reason. It's just like politics. In other words, I can't help with Congress what bill they're going to pass, even they know this is going to work. No,
same kind of stuff.
It's the same exact thing.
Because you're fighting to get your bits on, right? You're fighting to get your pieces on. You're fighting to get your little sketches on.
Yeah, and the worst part is, something's going to work, and you have someone come to you. Towards the end, it made me such a dark human being because I'm the, hey man, let's all be a team. And I used to when I worked with hats, I said, let's look at this roster. Holy crap! Let's see who goes in the Boston Comedy Club. Let's just buy a script and put everyone in it and let them play to their strength. Wow, this one. I'm like, I wish I had the business smarts to go back and do that, because it would have been so much fun. I mean, maybe it would have been a disaster. Maybe I would have ended up getting leather pants. I got my fucking White Lion leather pants. But it makes you so. I don't want to rehash
you never
memories.
You never got bitter, but you understood that bitterness is an option.
Correct, and I started smoking an intense amount of pot. Yeah, just to numb myself.
I remember when you told me you quit. You were like, dude, I'm hearing voices and government's following. You went so far.
I went far.
I let Jim quit, but then I talked to him. Like, oh, he might have went into Never Land. He went but this is a land of no return.
Well,
When you start thinking that the government is watching you.
nonstop. Nonstop. They're on me because they know I think by myself. It's like the scene in Goodfellas. Goddamn fucking helicopter.
I fucking love that scene.
But I will say this.
Have you returned to the fold?
I haven't returned the way I have in the past,
But a little bit.
but I have. You will never see me. It's very private.
You're a private weed smoker?
In other words, I don't do it with people anymore because it keeps the paranoia away. Because I don't trust anyone.
Oh.
I don't trust anyone. I still don't, and I haven't smoked. I like it. I did it. I went out to Colorado with 5 little kilograms.
Fives are nice. Those little edibles.
Oh my God.
Fives nice.
Just have that. Go, yeah, and then have like a martini. I'm set.
Yeah, martini. Extra dirty?
Not too dirty.
I like it dirty.
I like it. Not crazy dirty, but a little dirty.
A little dirty. I like that olive juice. It's delicious.
I do too. So here's what happened. My wife. This is why my wife's a powerhouse. When you find someone that don't give a shit about the industry and they only care about you, it's very hard as an artist that's chasing a star. If you're always chasing the star, if you're always chasing the mansion, she would go, I'll never forget. She's like, why don't you just quit? Like, seriously, are you stupid? You don't quit Saturday Night Live. The hell is and she's like, look at you. You come home, you're miserable. They control everything. They steal your ideas. This one stole. I saw in my own 2 eyes how they treated you in this
How do they
particular.
steal your ideas?
I'll give you.
You sure you don't want to get high first?
Let's go take a pee break.
Let's take a pee break.
No, and again, I've released all this.
Okay.
You know, I got a strong moral backbone. I'm good. So, no, I don't have any bad feelings. What happened was, and I'm not going to put out, I don't want to hash names and all that, but what would happen is something like this. You're writing a sketch, and then one of the head writers would come in the doorway and go, hey, I see you're writing a sketch about blah, 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 because we have the main server and we check everyone's sketches. I just want to let you know I'm writing the same thing. He goes, you can continue yours, but, you know, I'm in the room with Lauren. Just, whoa. Oh, yeah. So this is that.
So they would go onto the server, they would see the sketches that you're writing, and
then there was times where a cast member would come in and look at my board and go, oh, what does that mean? Like, oh, that's a sketch, and I know so and so's coming, and I know the ratings are going to be high that week, so I'm waiting to bring my A stuff for that. And everyone's going to come out with their fangs out when this one's on. So I'm going to save that sketch for when they're on, and then this person would ask.
This is biblical level destruction, and the city of LA is hosting the Olympics in 4 years. There's no way we can showcase LA to the world. A full federal takeover is needed. Invoke the Stafford Act. The state's overwhelmed. Martial law might have to be declared. Martial law might have to be declared.
This is the Nations Conspire channel. Welcome to today's show. It is January 15th, 2025, and the fires in California have been going on for well over a week now. And you're starting to see where this is headed towards. You have the conservatives on board calling for martial law, and there's a lot of things that are circling around LA that they want you to hear about, including arsonists on the loose who are continuing to ignite fires, leading people in the complete opposite direction of what's really happening in Los Angeles. Because if you think that a bunch of arsonists whose motive is what? What's their motive to burn down Los Angeles? Well, they don't have a motive, right? But they just decided to go and light places on fire all around Los Angeles County, and they just continue to do it. What did they form? A militia quietly without the government knowing, where you can't even breathe without the government knowing in the year 2025? As if I was going to talk online and say we should all get together somewhere and meet and talk privately, like the government wouldn't be the first ones there before any of us even arrive. Well, of course, that is what the reality of the world is, but people aren't living in reality, and they actually think that arsonists at random can cause houses to burn to the ground while trees just naturally remain up. The aerial shots they've shown us of all these trees, it just shows you how dumb people are. Anyone out there who's trying to argue that, well, trees don't burn, there's water inside the trees. Oh, yeah. Okay, so what exactly is a forest fire? Do forest fires start and then just go out because none of the trees can catch fire? Oh, is it only just dry trees and forest fires that actually burn? I mean, the narrative here that people are talking about are just make-believe narratives, talking about palm trees not being able to burn when palm trees are very capable of burning directly to the ground. This is people not wanting to believe the truth and wanting to believe that this is like a movie where you have Democrat arsonists, rebellious punks running amok in California, and then Big Brother needs to come in and save the day. This is the narrative that they're putting out there, and this is all about what you just heard, martial law. And it's amazing how people can hear Jesse Waters on Fox News talk about martial law and actually think that it's a good thing. We have conservatives now who have been fearing of a police state, talking about a new world order, who are now openly accepting a new world order because the new world order and the police state are under the president that they like versus the president that they don't like, but they just don't realize that the president that they like is one and the same with the president that they don't like. Does that make sense? Yeah, because they're all working together, nations conspiring as one. So we have the fires continuing after week, and this makes perfect sense, right? As the fires continue, the number one goal isn't to get the fires out. The number one goal isn't to stop it from spreading. The number one goal is to go on the news, to have your governor and your mayor rolled around with their hair perfectly combed. This is all done by design, of course. And talking about what? Reimagining LA 2.0 and California needing a Marshall Plan to rebuild. You gotta love how cutesy they are, right? Because they write Marshall, M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L. So everybody out there's like, what's a Marshall Plan? And they're looking up what a Marshall Plan is. But they're really talking about a Marshall Plan, as in M-A-R-T-I-A-L, as in martial law. And Gavin Newsom, while the fires are continuing to burn, has issued an executive order to clear the path for rebuilding. Anyone out there that's not figuring this out yet, I mean, you have a governor who is elected to represent the people and protect the people. The entire state and the biggest city in his state that's on fire, it's burning. And you're going to try to pave a path to rebuild before you even put the fire out, right? Because that makes sense to absolutely no one. Listen to him talk on television. I mean, these people are so slimy. I mean, it's amazing that we even allow these people to pretend that they're elected in the first place. But what's even more amazing is that you have Democrats and you have Republicans who defend these actors who go on TV. Look at him act. Look at his mannerisms, his hand gestures, how he's speaking. It couldn't be more phony. But that's what these people are. They're all frauds on both sides of the aisle. And listen to him talk, again, about a Marshall Plan and LA 2.0.
My humble position, and it's not just being naively optimistic, that only reinforces the imperative moving quickly, doing it in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, to his credit, was helpful in getting the Olympics to the United States of America, to get it down here in LA. We thank him for that. This is an opportunity for him to shine, for this country to shine, for California and this community to shine. The opportunity with all of that and all that opportunity and that pride and spirit that comes from not just hosting those 3 iconic games and venues, but also the opportunity, I think, to rebuild at the same time. And that's why we're already organizing a Marshall Plan. We already have a team of looking at reimagining LA 2.0, and we're making sure everyone's included, not just the folks on the coast, people here that were ravaged by this disaster.
You just said you're organizing a Marshall Plan for the rebuilding of California. What is that Marshall Plan? Tell us about this Marshall Plan.
We're just starting to lay out. I mean, we're still fighting these fires, so we're already talking to city leaders. We're already talking to civic leaders. We're already talking to business leaders and nonprofits. We're talking to labor leaders. We're starting to organize how we can put together a collection of individuals on philanthropy for recovery, how we can organize the region, how we can make sure that we are seeking federal assistance for the Olympics more broadly, but also federal assistance for the recovery efforts, and how we can galvanize the community with folks that love this community to really develop a mindset so that at scale we're dealing with the scope of this tragedy and responding to it at scale with efficiency, like the executive order I talked about, time value of delivering projects, addressing building codes, addressing permitting issues, and moving forward to rebuilding and being more resilient. That's why we're already organizing a Marshall Plan. We already have a team of looking at reimagining LA 2.0.
So they're talking about LA 2.0. At the same time, of course, we know that they told us 5 years ago that Smart LA 2028 is LA 2.0. And as I mentioned previous times, you aren't going to get people on board to rebuild their lives, to tear down their homes, to shut down their businesses unless you do something along the lines of sabotage, like burning someone's business to the ground or causing a virus in people's minds so that people lock themselves inside and businesses were forced to go out of business, you know? It's called sabotage. It's called sabotage. That's what this should really be called, sabotage 2.0, right? Because we just had sabotage 1.0 back in 2020, and now we're seeing another sabotage occurring where people's homes are being lit on fire, and they're telling you, of course, that it's arson. So when he says Marshall Plan, M-A-R-S-H-A-L, L is what they're trending online, right? So all these mainstream media outlets are going, Gavin Newsom vows for a Marshall Plan. And suspending environmental laws to help rebuild LA. So if you actually look up what they're spelling out, the Marshall Plan, spelled that way, was a U.S. initiative to provide foreign aid to Western European countries after World War II. The plan was announced by Secretary of State George Marshall in a speech at Harvard in 1947. The plan's official name was the European Recovery Program. So is he referencing this? Is that what Gavin Newsom is referencing? Because clearly when they're talking about it, M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L, this is what they expect people to do. What is this Marshall Plan? They look this up. Oh, or is that what he's calling for? Is he calling for aid from foreign countries, right? Are we calling for some money back from Ukraine? Is this what they want people to think? That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about martial law, and the conservatives are talking about it too. And the conservatives are finally on board because they've gotten so worked up and gaslit over the 4 years about what's happened in LA and all the politics of the celebrities and the insane things that they endorse and say and how they dress and how they act. And then, of course, the government-controlled leaks of flight logs and Puff Daddy parties. And everybody out there wants LA destroyed. And that's natural. These people are wicked people. There's no denying that. But do you see how psychologically they twist this to make people who used to stand against martial law, who would have said 4 years ago if they tried to bring in martial law during the outbreak, they would have went nuts over it? Well, now they're saying, yeah, we probably need martial law in California. For anyone that doesn't know, martial law is the temporary replacement of civilian rule with military authority. It's usually enacted during an emergencies when civilian law enforcement is unable to maintain order. When's martial law declared? During war, natural disasters, civil unrest. And what happens? The military commander has unlimited authority to make and enforce laws. Civilian legal processes are suspended. Civilian rights are often temporarily suspended, and martial law is extended to the civilian population. So just because there's criminals running amok in LA, if they declare martial law and you live in Los Angeles County, you might say, that's great. That's great. Let's go after these arsonist boogeymen that they're making up, but not talking about the technology and how they're actually burning all these places to the ground. Sure, let's go after them. And then they show up at your door and they say, hey, we're under martial law rule here. They say, wait a minute, that doesn't apply to me, right? Martial law is for those people out there who are looting and robbing, right? No, it's for everyone. You're now under our authority. And we've decided that you need to leave your home now. And when you come back, well, guess what? Your home won't be here. Because since your home survived the fires, well, we'll make sure we demolish your home. So when you come back, you don't have one anymore. And of course, then we can start providing you with FEMA housing. And if you don't think it's headed that way, look at the stories that are out there. You have to connect the dots with this stuff, right? So if you just look at everything out there, Marshall Plan, right, that he's talking about, which makes no sense in regards to the Marshall Plan from World War II. It's not what he's referencing clearly. You have Fox News and the conservative media saying the federal government needs to come in and clean it up. We need martial law, right? Then you have this, Kamala Harris's home. Burglary reports amid Los Angeles fire. So people are breaking into Kamala Harris's home. Oh, man, we've got people all over the place, burglarizing, price gouging, looting, scamming, right? Oh, we have arrests of over 40 people in Santa Monica, Los Angeles County, 9 charged with looting people's homes. Utter chaos is what they're advertising to you, right? On top of that, what else are they advertising to you? They're advertising to you that there are some scumbags walking around. Of course, they're going to give you the mindset that these are illegals who are doing it. That's what they want you to believe. So they literally shut down that southern border for the time being and open up that northern border, really just make us one big North American union, right? Well, they want you to believe in this arson thing so much so that even actors are offering bounties to civilians out there for reporting arsonists.
There's guys lighting fires out there, make this shit worse. They just caught somebody, we're pretty sure was lighting fires, walk on the blowtorch, and let them go. So if you can find someone lighting a fire and you catch somebody, and you get the cops to bust them and throw them in jail, I'll give you $5,000. So keep your eyes peeled and do what you can out there. Don't fake it though. No staging. Let me know.
Of course, that's David Spade, another Hollywood celebrity who's getting out there, right? Trying to help people out, tell people, hey, I'll give you some money if you go out there and you maybe go arrest somebody or call the police on somebody who's committing arson, right? And of course, this is all about bringing in martial law, because when you hear things like that, when you hear celebrities calling on civilians to go and find people, right, you'll start hearing stories of civilians going after people. And the government will say, this is just chaos in Los Angeles. You have civilians going after other civilians, trying to arrest other civilians because the police aren't there, because the police are preoccupied with the fire. So we really just need to get the military in there. And everyone's going to agree and applaud, right? And this isn't the first time we've heard rumors of martial law. Specifically in Los Angeles, of course, there's a lot of predictive programming with martial law in movies and television shows occurring in Los Angeles, of all the places, right? We have martial law the movie, martial law the TV show.
Los Angeles is a city under siege. Lead a new elite police force. Fighting crime their own way. Nice job, huh? Another one of martial law.
And it's very, very clear that we're headed towards this, right? On top of all that, here's the other narrative that's out there. Are speculators buying up properties after the LA fires? So the LA fires aren't even out yet. And we're talking about LA 2.0, rebuilding it. We're talking about, it's pretty incredible. We're talking about martial law, right? We're talking about land grabs while the fires still burn. You would think that the number one narrative would be, let's get the fires out first, and then we'll figure out what's going on. Let's get as many firemen in from as many states, all these things, right? If this was really occurring naturally and the government didn't want it to occur, right? Say organically a real fire occurred in Washington. You think this is how they'd handle it? Don't you think they'd be flying up planes, cloud seeding to make it rain on the spot, right? Like that, remember that NASA thing that they didn't want you to see where they literally were making big clouds? Because, NASA, you think they're actually going to space. I mean, come on. What world are you living in? You're not living in this reality if you think they're going to the moon. NASA with the cloud seeding, making those giant clouds. Anyone remember that?
This is the loudest sound you could possibly conceive, and as it turns out, the cleanest. That cloud up there, which was generated by the engine, is just a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. It's water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in
Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain. I told you. It's raining. This is what you've got. It's making it weather.
Right, those big clouds appearing and then just making it rain. Don't you think that they would be doing that over a situation like this? You'd say, well, you have the technology to make it rain. I mean, let's make it rain. Let's make it rain. Let's bring in as many planes from as many states. Let's get all these states in. I mean, there's many things that common sense logic would do here, right? Containing the fire would be the number one thing that even the dumbest person would say. The dumbest person on the planet would say, well, you know, if you went up to them and then it's like, we probably should stop the fire, right? You're talking about rebuilding. You're talking about LA 2.0. You're talking about the Olympics while the fire is still burning. Right, because they don't actually want to stop or contain the fire. It's deliberately spreading, and they have your mind on all these other issues like the Olympics, like Gavin Newsom, how incompetent he is. Remember, that's the narrative that they want out there. They want you to think about all these other things. They want you to think about how incompetent these people are. It's deliberately done. They're deliberately having all these celebrities like Mel Gibson go on the news. And what are they saying? These guys are idiots. They need to be held accountable. They're stupid. This is the theme that's out there. And even the liberal media, well, maybe they didn't do a good enough job. Maybe we need to elect better people. If you actually knew that they weren't incompetent, if you actually knew that they were competent and they allowed it to happen, what do you think the response would be? What do you think the response would be? That's why they've been playing the bumbling idiot fools. That's why they've been pushing DEI and all these ridiculous things with the gender ideologies. So that you accept the narrative that they're giving you, that this is happening because of stupidity. Well, the fact of the matter is, if you were told that these people were lighting cities on fire deliberately, do you think that we'd be watching the news right now? Or do you think that civilians would be making citizens' arrests and handling this like it was the Wild Wild West days? That's what would be occurring. That's why it was so important to make the Democrats look like complete fools. So while they knock this country down and sabotage cities and sabotage people's lives, that you just chalk it up as being incompetent instead of realizing the left and right are working together to destroy. But they don't want you to revolt against it. So by accepting that they're dumb and they're doing these things because they're idiots, you just shrug your shoulders and go, oh man, these people are such fools. But if they looked competent and they looked the part and they stood on TV and they said, yeah, we set these fires and we're burning it, we're killing it. You don't think that the majority of civilians would stop seeing skin color and gender and political affiliation and they would rise against it? Of course they would. That's why they want the narrative out there. So if you didn't hear this with the speculators buying up properties, I mean, he's talking about this while fires are these fires are raging still. This is days ago, Gavin Newsom. And watch his, his shoulders. I mean, this Tavistock behavior of how these guys are trained to talk. It's an influential, manipulative way. They speak with their hands. They tell you this stuff like, well, this is general public speaking. Those are manipulation tactics, okay? So here's Newsom dancing on the news, laughing, smiling ear to ear about how he talked to that other World Economic stooge from Hawaii about people buying up land.
We're dealing with a myriad of issues. I was just talking to Josh Green, the governor down in Hawaii, who had some ideas around some land use concerns he has around speculators coming in, buying up properties, and the like. So we're already working with our legal teams to move those things forward, and we'll be presenting those in a matter of days, not just weeks.
Right, so this is a top concern. Well, of course it is, because this is the way that it goes, right? And they don't need to buy up the land. Remember, the government could come in, and if your home survived these fires, if you didn't have smart meters, if you were smart enough to build your home a certain way, you notice how all the fire, the chimneys, the brick are still standing. These homes are crumbled to the ground. Think about how dumb of a country we are, how we allow our homes to be built. For anyone out there doesn't know, you think it's normal to build our homes with sticks? I mean, you can read the Three Little Pigs, right? Is it Three Little Pigs? Right? Build it with sticks, and they finally build it with brick. Think about America and the homes that we build here. Right? We pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's what we pay for homes. You build it with pretty much sticks. Right? You ever see the frame of a house? Right? Not built to survive any of this stuff. Go to another country. They build it with stone. You don't have to worry about weather modification as much because there's foundations, right? It's kind of funny in a sense. You see how these homes, a lot of them are still standing. The bricks in the homes, I should say. The chimneys in the homes are still standing. But he's laughing. He finds it amusing. He's on the phone talking about people buying up the land. And what ended up happening in Lahaina, by the way, right? Since he was calling on Mr. Green for advice, what happened to the land and the people there? Well, the Lahaina Community Land Trust was created, right? You know, you just put a name on it, Lahaina Community Land Trust. You don't ever find out who's really behind it. You know, Vanguard and BlackRock and the corporations and the people. You just hear, oh, there's a community land trust. Community, that sounds nice. Community is in communism. And it says, you know, the LCLT is a nonprofit that buys land from residents who don't want to rebuild, right? Well, they make it impossible for you to rebuild, right? Because the insurance refuses to cover it, or the insurance pulls out ahead of time, or they just make it impossible for you to be able to rebuild your home. And then what ends up happening, right? Don't worry, Big Brother's here for you after they burn your home to the ground. They burn your home to the ground, they smile at you, they say, look, it's probably not the best for you to rebuild. We'll take over the land, we'll give you 10 cents, we'll give you 1 cent on the dollar for it. But here's a new home for you, right? Because remember, recently I covered what actually ended up happening in Lahaina that they don't talk about. There's all those people whose homes burned. Well, here they are in their prison community, right? Looks real nice.
We're at Lahaina, which is a site we built with temporary housing to assist those that have been displaced by the fire in Lahaina. This site has 167 units and is comprised of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units that will be housing individuals that were displaced by the fire for the next years to come until we can eventually get them into permanent housing. Today is the grand opening of this site, and we will be leasing in the first families here, and it's exciting because we'll be able to bring families in here that have been in our temporary housing program, and it provides a stable housing source to individuals impacted by the fires. It allows them to not only have that stability of housing, but it's close to Lahaina where they were. So from a community standpoint, it will allow the community that was displaced to come back together and have stable housing for years to come. Everything we do here in response to the fire is built on strong partnerships, whether it is amongst the federal agencies, for example, the Corps of Engineers, who's been instrumental in managing the project, or the different private contractors that are local here from Maui that have helped build this site. We work very closely with the state and the county in building this site out, and they've helped us significantly as we work together to provide this site. This investment here by the federal government and cooperation with state and local government and the contractors starts to provide that stability to help survivors recover from this fire. And so this is kind of a beacon to help us really start the long-term recovery and the rebuilding that's happening right around us. Everything in Hawaii is about honor. It's about family and community. And this is critical to the mayor's vision of allowing the community to come back together, to come back to an area that was destroyed by a devastating fire, but to come back in a way that is in a safe, secure environment that's going to provide them housing until we can ultimately rebuild behind it. And so this really helps bring that community, that ohana back together.
Right, slap a little, you can't put lipstick on a pig, can you? I mean, look at these little prison cells. And people out there say, I live in a pig, I would die to live in a place like that. Oh yeah, die to live in a controlled, gated community where, remember, these FEMA camps, okay, you're not free. You're under FEMA law, FEMA rules. When there's another outbreak, FEMA tells you got to stick something in your body. You got to do it. Otherwise, you're evicted from your FEMA home. Oh, and if you're a disturbance in the area, like maybe if you're talking conspiracy around to one of your neighbors about how they burned your homes down and gets back to FEMA, well, they're going to evict you, right? You're not living freely. They're not giving you a free home. They're putting you in a prison. It's a modern-day prison. And look how ridiculous our world is now, right? Slap a little neon blue paint on it. Oh, isn't that nice? You see people out there like, this is great for the people in Lahaina. They're so dumb. Yeah, is it great? You got your house burned to the ground by the government who deliberately burnt your home to the ground, refused to insure your home, refused to rebuild your home, but threw you in a prison cell that they built for you, which is about the size of you got 4 kids. Yeah, that's really a lot of living space for you. And now, of course, you're under FEMA law and FEMA rule. That's what the future looks like. That right there is the future. They're going to continue to come into cities. They're going to continue to do that. And then people are going to be displaced in places like that. That's what you're going to see. That's what you're going to hear. But what you're going to hear in the meantime, as LA burns, is about rebuilding. And of course, that's been the plan from the get-go. Smart LA, LA 2.0, right? Marshall Plan. And what is that Marshall Plan? Can you believe we're talking about this? Where he says Marshall Plan, like you heard earlier, that Gavin Newsom can go on TV and say, well, we've got a Marshall Plan in the works. And then you have the media spelling Marshall, M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L. You have it trending online. Trending. People are like, what is this Marshall Plan? They're looking it up. They think it's this 1947 economic plan. Yeah, we're going to get some aid from other countries. Are going to send America aid, right? Is that what Newsom's talking about? Right? That's after a war, by the way. They declaring that we're under war. They might as well. We are under war from within. So what do people think? I mean, Ukraine's going to send us some money, Russia, China. Oh, no, so he's not referencing that, right? He's referencing martial law. And so is the conservative media. Because they've got everyone convinced. They're like, there's guys running around with needles. They got Mexicans, illegals running around there. You know, Newsom let all these guys in. They let all this stuff happen. Like, we got to clean this up. With Trump's federal government, right? With Trump's federal government. Lots going to change the second he goes in. We got the North American Union. We have threats of martial law, right? We have this ban of travel that is imminent here. I mean, if you haven't heard the narrative out there, they're pushing this travel ban, passports, and all this other stuff. We're looking at digital ID, changing the way we travel to confirm that you're illegal. I mean, it's going down. You know, we're headed towards this. We're in 2025, Agenda 2030, some believe was moved to 2025. And all this chaos has occurred 15 days into the year. 15 days. You have celebrities going on civilians to go and arrest arsonists. If you think an arsonist can cause fires like this by lighting a match, right? That's another thing. Let's just be clear here, right? Because you have all these stupid people who are like, not all the trees are going to burn. Oh, so now homes are flammable. So if you had a lighter and you were going to start a fire, right? You start a fire, because you were going to build a fire and you have a lighter. You need a little tinder, right? You put it underneath the logs, you got to light it, let it get hot, get the flame up, right? Then you got the wood. Oh, okay. Well, you need, tinder, right? Now, apparently people now believe that trees are not a form of something you can light and start a fire with, right? As if the trees wouldn't just catch fire, which is utter insanity, right? The whole notion of a forest fire is what? It starts in a forest, right? A wildfire starts in a tree. So where are the arsonists starting the fires? Are they just lighting each house on fire? Could somebody explain this to me? Are they running gasoline between the homes, and then each house is catching, and then the gasoline streak is running to the next home? Why is it that each of these homes is catching fire? None of the trees are, right? None of the surrounding area is. Just the homes. The homes are burning down. The trees are standing. And then they tell you it's an arsonist. An arsonist, of course, with no motive whatsoever. What's the motive? Oh, the motive is that they're illegal aliens and they hate Donald Trump, so they're going to burn the most liberal city to the ground, the one that wants to be a smart city first in America, right? The stuff that people come up with to defend the system. They're coming up with these narratives to defend the government, right? It's the Matrix quote, right? They will defend this thing. They're so locked in. The quote is, the Matrix is a system. That system is our enemy, but when you're inside, you look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters. Many of them are so inured, so hopelessly dependent on the system that they will fight to protect it. And they're using the most ridiculous knowledge you could possibly imagine. I had somebody comment on my video about, the smart meters, and you're ridiculous. How could you say this kind of stuff? You go to their own channel, right? Their own embarrassing dork channel, where all they're doing is reviewing all this technology that's enslaving us and how wonderful it is. And you look at the guy, just losers. They just get obsessed with this stuff and review it. And like, we should get there. Oh, yeah, this is great. Oh, look at my phone. Oh, I have no life. Right? It's like the smart meters don't do that, man. This is the most common logic, is that these smart meters that have lithium batteries can get too hot, and can be controlled from an outside source that can cause them to blow up. So it's not a question of the science around it. Then you're questioning the mind that somebody could be so sick to do it, right? So that really is just people not wanting to believe that these people who show up on TV in a suit and tie are sick enough to commit mass genocide. Oh, and they are, right? But what do you need to do? See a picture of Hitler? See a picture of Stalin? Is that what you need to do in order to believe it? You need to see a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer pressing the button that lights the houses on fire? These people are the sickest people you can imagine. The stuff you've heard from some of these parties with Diddy, and it's nothing compared to what they really do. Nothing, okay? They look at you as ants. Their books teach this stuff that we're cattle, okay? So people need to just start realizing this. That's really what the hardest part is, because people are defending the tree. Oh, man, the trees are just wet, right? Oh, so all of Los Angeles is annihilated. But it's just the homes, right? And the only home, there's a couple homes left, and they will tell you why those are left. They'll come up with theories. I mean, CNN's already spreading theories as the foundations of those homes are why it's still standing. They're not going to tell you it's because they don't have smart. They opted out, right? Not going to tell you that. Not going to tell you about why these Santa Ana winds are churning so fast. Right? There's like an arsonist lit a fire. Okay, and how did the fire spread? Oh, the fire. So what do? He went up to a dumpster, a tree, and he just lit it on fire with a match and some gasoline, and then the Santa Ana winds conveniently picked up, right? Oh, okay, right. Now we know the Santa Ana winds picked up. That's a fact. I mean, people have reported that civilians have normal Santa Ana winds. You can see the Santa Ana winds how they're swirling, okay? But that's not the Santa Ana winds, okay? That's controlled weaponized weather. Remember, controlling the weather by 2025? Well, you don't think that means wind? No, the easiest thing for them to do is create wind at this point. I mean, creating wind is like, blowing their nose. I mean, they could create wind at any point in time. I mean, they're making 60 tornadoes a day in some states. So the wind is obviously deliberate, and they knew they could blame it on the Santa Ana winds so that people out there weren't suspicious about it. But this is man-made, and now you have martial law potentially coming into play in California, and I fully believe that we will see martial law. We've talked about it for a long time, police state, and how they can integrate a police state, and it's going to be things like this. We're going to see more and more chaos. We're going to see more and more organized sabotage with the weather, blamed on the climate, blamed on an arsonist, whichever narrative they think, people will believe. And obviously, they've been, and I'll do separate videos on this, they've been gauging the climate stuff and seeing how people are accepting. So they need other, narratives out there to float. And everyone's believing the arsonist narrative. The conservatives love the arsonist narrative because it fits right in with their whole illegal. They didn't realize that's what they want them to feel, because they want them to have a digital ID. They want them to call for the illegals to be removed from the country, and they're the ones responsible for all the crime. They don't even realize they're calling on their own enslavement. So martial law could be in the works here. It's looking more and more like it. Prayers again for anybody out there who is a civilian affected by these events. Obviously, these are real things that are occurring that the government is creating, wanting you to think it's all these other things. But, eventually it's coming for all of us. I mean, there's no hiding from what they're doing. Unless you build a home, you have the money to build a home, build it the right way, put things in that block your home from getting electromagnetic pulses sent out, which I'll cover in a separate video as well. But, weaponized weather is a real thing, and they're going to be using it all the time on all of us and getting away with it. That's what that's the saying, right? Silent weapons for quiet wars. Well, we're at war, all right. Government's already declared. I thank everyone for being here. Hope you're all doing well. God bless you and your families as always.
Let's start with this story right here. It seems Donald Trump wants to build a massive empire during his presidency. First, he'll take over Canada, then Mexico, the Panama Canal, and finally, Greenland.
I'm back to Left TikTok. Today we're going to take a look at the TikTok videos. If you guys like the video, remember to get to 1,000 likes. I don't know why some dude yesterday saw me wearing my do-rag like that and thought I was wearing a hijab. My dude, just do-rag. I just thought it was funny. But it says around 70% of you guys are not subscribed. We got the 75 down to 70. Make sure to subscribe and watch the video because this video is also great.
We have some really big news right now. Senator Ed Markey has just filed a bill to extend the date of the TikTok ban by 270 days to give more time for lawmakers to find a solution for this app. Yes, the January 19th date remains in place, but senators like Ed Markey are putting forth legislation as we speak that you can call your senators and advocate for to extend the ban date by 270 days. Senator Markey just finished speaking on the Senate floor, and he noted the significant concerns with a ban. The fact that 170 million Americans use it, the fact that millions of small businesses are on this app and rely on it for their livelihoods. Folks, call your senators. Urge them to pass this legislation. It's not too late. There are still avenues, no matter what the Supreme Court does, to save TikTok. I'll continue to advocate for it. I'll encourage you to do it as well. And if TikTok is ever banned, I'll be on my other social platforms continuing to provide you news coverage at the link in my bio. But for now, continue to advocate for this platform.
Yeah, I don't think they should ban TikTok because they're just like privacy all this and all that. But at the same time, Instagram and Facebook and Snapchat and X, they all have like in their agreements where they could use your data and give it to third parties. The only difference between them and TikTok is that TikTok is, I guess, a Chinese company. They don't really want the Chinese having their people. Like, when it comes to privacy, all the other apps do the same thing. And I also saw someone say that some Canadian billionaire might buy TikTok, or Elon Musk might buy TikTok. But if Elon buys TikTok, you're gonna have X and TikTok. It's gonna be like, you know what I'm saying, almost like a monopoly. So I don't think it should, in my opinion. Let me know what you guys think about that in the comments.
It seems Donald Trump wants to build a massive empire during his presidency. First, he'll take over Canada, then Mexico, the Panama Canal, and finally, Greenland. If this vision became a reality, here's what the U.S. might look like. Removing borders with Canada would boost security and cut defense costs, as the U.S. spends heavily on Canada's defense. Adding Mexico would bring cultural richness, workforce, and a booming tourism industry. Greenland's strategic location and natural resources would make the U.S. a true global superpower. And with the Panama Canal under its control, this nation would dominate global trade and energy flows. The combined land area would be 9.3 million square miles, 1.5 times larger than Russia.
Good day to you.
With a population of over 500 million, this new country would be the third most populous,
See you
behind
around.
India and China. And with a GDP over $30 trillion, its power would be unquestionable.
Which is the city that people regret moving to the most in the United States?
California.
Most Americans do not know that the city where people feel the most satisfied after moving to in the U.S. is Madison, Wisconsin. So which is the city that people regret moving to the most in the United States? Fifth place, Oakland, California. Oakland faces high living costs with average expenses around $3,146, significant crime, and rapid gentrification, causing many to regret moving there. Fourth place, Las Vegas, Nevada. Las Vegas struggles with limited job opportunities beyond hospitality, severe desert heat affecting comfort, and a high 20% annual resident turnover, leading to regret. Third place, Houston, Texas. Houston's urban sprawl necessitates car use, causing traffic issues. Intense summer heat and humidity, plus frequent flooding impacting 25% of the city, lead to regret among residents. In the second place, Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta faces severe traffic, high crime rates, and significant economic disparity, with 21% of its population below the poverty line, causing regret among residents. Before announcing the first place, comment in the section below the city you think that people regret moving to the most in the United States. The city ranks first, struggles with a 7% unemployment rate, impacting young professionals' career prospects. Harsh winters and slow economic revitalization in healthcare and tech further decrease resident satisfaction. That's Cleveland, Ohio.
Wow, those are some popular places. I'm actually surprised with some of those, because those are some like majority commercialized places. I feel like that's what might be regrettable, because maybe too many people fluctuate to that area. And if you live in any of those cities, let me know if you regret moving there.
This woman got 0 prison time after stabbing her boyfriend 108 times. In 2018, 26-year-old Chad O'Melia's life was savagely taken in his apartment in California by his girlfriend. 33-year-old Bryn Spetcher says that on this day, she was tricked by Chad into smoking a highly potent strain of marijuana, which caused her to go into psychosis. She says that she remembers immediately walking into the kitchen and grabbing several knives and stabbed her dog before going after Chad and taking his life. Bryn then turned the knife on herself and attempted to take her own life before police arrived. And authorities also said that it wasn't easy restraining Bryn and that the taser didn't even work on her. Now, Bryn's defense argues that she reacted this way because she only smoked less than 6 times in her life, which that combined with the high potent marijuana explains why she took her boyfriend's life. Bryn ended up only receiving just 2 years of probation, 100 hours of community service, and no prison time.
So I remember looking at this graph that shows the dangers of the drugs on people and the dangers of drugs from people onto other people. And it's crazy to see marijuana on that list, because everyone knows it to be like a relax, you know what I'm saying? You smoke some weed to relax, maybe eat some food or something, lay on the couch, be lazy. It's usually alcohol that has that effect where you do some stupid stuff. So that's very interesting for me to hear that. And if you do, Let me know your thoughts about that.
That will give you hope. A missing 5-year-old who walked out the back door was found in a nearby river and rescued by a Florida officer. A Burger King employee who went viral recently for working 27 years and only receiving a goodie bag from Burger King was able to buy a house thanks to the donations from going viral. A man was finally arrested in a 1973 cold case. Long Beach, California has fixed nearly half of its 63,000 potholes. A stray dog that was desperate to be picked up by a pup bus got adopted. We have discovered that microplastics can be removed from water when you boil it. A California cat traveled 800 miles back home after getting lost at Yellowstone National Park. Thailand has recently seen a 250% increase in the number of tigers in the country.
Celebrity plastic surgery disasters. Anthony Lofredo before. After. Sahar Tabar before. After.
No, Joker.
Michael Jackson before.
Oh my gosh, boy.
After. Jocelyn Wildenstein before. After. Melanie Martinez before. After. Donatella Versace before. After. Igor and Grichka Bogdanov before. After.
South Carolina, it is your turn to be shamed for having creepy things. This is a gigantic children's museum that is a toy that you can go inside its body and look at its body parts. And this is how big it is compared to humans. Yeah, his name is Eddie, and this is called Adventure, and it's in South Carolina. And look how tiny this is compared to just its shoe. You can sit in the chair and take a picture with Eddie. I'd rather not. This is inside of Eddie's head, and you can see his eyeballs and his teeth. Also, if the children don't have faces, it's because I had to blur them out.
You've got
So they might look like demons. You know what this reminds me of, though? When you're in the tubes at Chuck E. Cheese and you're trying to get your mom's attention. But yeah, look how absolutely massive that thing is in compared to these kids. No. You can go on this catwalk and look at him, or you can literally just go inside him, like I said. Imagine it at night when all the lights of the museum go off and you can look through the window and see it in the pitch darkness. Look, this Eddie's brain, you can go down these slides. There's a bunch of like interactive stuff for kids, like actually climbing up and going through his heart, stuff like that. It's nightmare fuel. Kids probably aren't scared though. Meanwhile, I would be. But yeah, have you seen Eddie? Will you go see Eddie? He is in South Carolina. Y'all are going to have to tell him that I said hello because I'm not going.
Am I weird? Because, like, I would actually do something like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you bored, like, a Sunday on an adventure, just go see Eddie Adventure. Adventure? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that bad. Maybe I'm weird.
Before and after images that will shock you.
I heard someone said your body, my choice. I agree, the best one. It is a sickness. So here's how nature deals with that. Bonobos actually have a system where if one female gets pressed by a male and she's not feeling him, she'll let out a cry, and every female in the group will pull up and put the beats on dude until he learns respect. He actually managed to nerf male aggression through the power of friendship, so you know when a new male lion takes over a pride, the first thing he does is cancel any cubs that didn't come from his. Well, sometimes the lionesses ain't having it. Sometimes they jump the new guy. There was one case in Masai Mara where a male tried to steal food from some cubs and got absolutely obliterated by the mothers. They castrated him. I can't even show you that picture. The biggest threat to a baby bear is a bigger male, and some mother bears will purposely live closer to people, knowing that's the only thing keeping their biggest ops away. Ironically, some bears choose a man. Funny. When a capybara wants to dub a guy, she'll dive into the nearest body of water and just sit there. For as long as it takes. By the way, the guinea pig can stay under 5 minutes. Female dragonflies will fake their deaths to avoid male attention. Like they'll freeze in midair, crash to the ground, and just lay there and pray that stops them. Sometimes it doesn't. The Manaconis will seemingly let the male squirrel only to strangle him to a flatline and then eat him alive. The more you know.
Don't ever use a public bathroom again. This, my friends, is Akamata. The plus drop like tag a friend or she might get you. Akamata is a Japanese ghost that haunts and kills people in public bathrooms. It's that she'll walk up to you and ask you a series of questions. These are extremely important. The most important question being, would you rather choose red or blue? If you choose red, she'll chop you up into a million pieces. If you choose blue, she'll choke you to death until your face is blue. If you try to avoid the question entirely and choose a different color, she will drag you to hell if you never see it again. My question to you guys is it worth not waiting till you get home?
I didn't think it was possible, but this line was even more of a menace than I imagined. I knew he was a hater, but I rewatched it Doc Road. This was Kitty King Vaughn. The more lore you get, the crazier. First, his name, Ntwadumela, actually is a Swahili. I was so ready to blame the documentary, but I watched. They never said it was Swahili. I think I made it the... My bad. But yeah, Ntwadumela's name is Siswana, or Sisuke, and it roughly translates to, if you want the smoke, bring the fire to your front door. First red flag, you had a problem with his brother Mandevu, but while Mandevu was only after that, Ntwadumela didn't care, he craved conflict. Now here's where he earns his name. His pride was beefing with a clan of hyenas, and we're talking blood feud. You know how bad? Animals mark their scent. Usually predators don't care about the scent marks of other predators. He got so personal, the lead hyena would go out of her way to mark over the pride scent mark. And for reference, that's like painting over the set. When you realize what hyenas mark with, you see the disrespect. Look up hyena butter. It's not the type you put on popcorn. Now, at the fact they were harassing members of his pride, and you knew Ntwadumela was not letting it slide. Here's what he did. One night the units and lions were going at it, and Ntwadumela went straight for the matriarch and broke her back. Didn't even finish it, just cracked her like a glow stick and left like a sneaky link. Hyenas live in a complex hierarchy, so by crippling the leader, he basically tactically nuked their entire army. Now, the diabolical part was the matriarch had a daughter who would have inherited the lead position, but because Ntwadumela went and bandied her mom, she lost all her status and got forced out the clan. So let's review it. One move, he assassinated the leader, left her to suffer, orphaned her daughter, ruined her future, destroyed her legacy, and caused the hyena civil war while ending theirs. Yeah, Ntwadumela got it. You've never heard a hyena stutter.
The 11-year-old sole survivor of a family massacre in Fall City, Washington, played dead after her teenage brother allegedly opened fire at her. 5 members of the family, parents Mark and Sarah Humiston, and their children Catherine, 7, Joshua, 9, and Benjamin, 13, were killed in the shooting. The 11-year-old daughter watched in horror as her 15-year-old brother checked his victims' bodies for signs of life. After he shot her in the hand and neck, she decided to play dead and escaped through a window after he left her room. The suspect was charged in juvenile court with 5 counts of aggravated murder and 1 count of attempted murder.
This is why a notorious Colombian hit woman known as The Doll was just arrested by police yesterday for several high-profile hits, including her ex-boyfriend. And no, none of you in the comments can fix her. It's reported that 23-year-old Karen Rodriguez was labeled as highly dangerous by police and that she was in the midst of a career expansion, leading a small team of hitmen conducting a spree of you-know-what in the region prior to her arrest. And after her capture went viral online, people pointing out how much she looks like actor Aubrey Plaza are now calling for a movie to be made and for her to star as the doll character.
Shocking facts you didn't know about power cuts. 40% of adults in the UK admit their first call will be to their mum and dad during a power cut. Who would you call? The UK's most memorable power cut happened in 1978 during national strikes. 1 in 5 British people surveyed said they would sit in the dark until the power comes back on and hope someone else solves the problem. The 2003 power cut left 500,000 people without electricity for hours. Almost half of the adults in the UK admitted they don't know about the 105 emergency helpline number. What if you or someone you love need support during a power cut? Get prepared and learn more at nationalgrid.co.uk/getswitchedon.
The weirdest world record of all time. In 2011, a cheerleading team of 20 people set a world record. This record was fitting every single person into this tiny smart car. Now here's an interesting record that was broken by a woman in Japan. She popped 123 balloons with just her butt in 1 minute. I guess leg day really does pay off.
People you won't believe exist. Eli Thompson. He was born without a nose. Paul Carrison. His skin color is purple-blue. Isaiah Acosta. He was born without jaw and ability to speak, but become a rapper. B. Melvin. She has naturally white hair since birth. Darina Spindler. She was born without chin and lips.
There was one kid that were like, oh, he has no chin or jaw, so he can't speak, but he's a rapper. So you can't speak, but you can rap.
Stillwater. We've already talked about Stillwater, but I had a dream last night that I fell in some Stillwater, so I'm going to make it everyone else's problem. Stillwater is, get this, when water is still. It mostly occurs in like abandoned places, obviously, because there's no, vacuum keeping the water moving. So it's very, very dangerous, as we've already talked about. There are like a bunch of like brain-eating amoebas probably in here, and don't fall in it. I found this picture on Reddit, and my soul left my body. Why does that look like a wig? Why does it look like the Grudge is in chocolate milk, and it's coming to kill me? This one looks like Shrek and Fiona had some fun in it, if you get my drift. This one is more liminal spaces, but the decals of, are those whales or dolphins on the bottom of the pool would send me into cardiac arrest. Any pools that have anything on the bottom of them, like a decal or something, count me out, because I'm already scared there's a shark in there. Why are there so many abandoned pools that have not been cleaned out? Why? This abandoned YMCA with this water sitting in there for like 5 to 10 years? Why? Yeah, Stillwater is dangerous, y'all. Don't mess with it. This is horrifying. I don't know why it's so much less scary to think about falling in water that is, aerated, no movement is so much scarier. How do you feel about Stillwater?
Do not watch this movie because it will unalive you. Why is this known as the most deadly film on Earth? The movie ends about two siblings who accidentally dig a hole that leads to hell. Reportedly caused over 60 unalives, and when you start the film, it even comes up with a legal warning that you have to read. These people mysteriously passing away after watching this film. So, this actually released in 2018, but the actual original Antrim released in 1970, rumored to have been completely lost because you cannot find it anywhere, even though there is documentation of it being shown in theatres, which I'll get to. So, several film festivals who received the movie back in the 70s, people that got it vanished, passed away. But by far the craziest and movie tips are completely catching alive while the film was being screened. In 1988, in Budapest, the film Antrim was shown. It burned down and unalived 56 people. This is an actual photo from the scene. This is 100% real. There is still no trace what caused this fire, and the reel that the film played off remains intact, completely unharmed. All of these events caused Antrim to become the most cursed film and dangerous film on the planet. You can watch this new version. As I say, it has a pretty severe warning at the start, but I do not recommend it. Let me know in the comments if you see it.
Honestly, the goat with the little pentagram on his forehead where the third eye is, that's all I need to see to know I'm not watching that.
Broke a world record because police forgot about him. In 1979, 18-year-old Andreas Mijovich was taken into police custody following a car accident. Now, he was simply the passenger of the car and had absolutely no involvement with the wreck. But despite this, he was placed in a basement holding cell by Austrian police. Now, he should have been promptly released, but they kind of forgot about him. The three officers who were all involved with the case all thought that another one had already released him. It wasn't until the room he was in began to smell that they found him 18 days later. During his incarceration, he had lost over 50 pounds and survived by drinking condensed water on the prison wall. His mother repeatedly visited the police station asking the whereabouts of her son, and she was ignored. During the trial, all three officers kind of just put the blame on one another. But they did all receive a pretty hefty fine, and Andreas was awarded the 250,000 shillings that he demanded. To this day, even though he didn't try, he still holds the Guinness World Record for the longest surviving time without food or water.
$250,000 for that? Damn, I feel like that's a little bit undervalued if you ask me. Alright, so let's say I came up to you right now. I was just like, yo, $250,000 right now, 18 days, no food, no water, prison cell. Would you take it? Exactly. You wouldn't take that. At least give me $1 million for that. You know what I'm saying? At least I am. Mostly with today's inflation, yeah, I'm gonna need at least $1 million.
I know you know this holiday movie, but do you know these movie facts? Holiday Horror Advent Calendar Day 6, and today is Black Christmas, 2006 version. I hope this doesn't get me canceled, but I love the original Black Christmas, but I prefer this one. Black Christmas is about this escaped maniac who goes back to his childhood home, which is now a sorority house, and wreaks havoc on the sorority sisters. Movie trivia number 1. In the background of one of the scenes, we see something very familiar. You can spot the leg lamp from the movie A Christmas Story, which was directed by Bob Clark, who also directed the original Black Christmas. Movie trivia number 2. The movie was filmed in Canada and only took 29 days to complete filming. Movie trivia number 3. Writer and director Glenn Morgan really wanted to expand on Billy's character because he felt like that's what was missing in the original Black Christmas. So when he was coming up with different character traits, he studied one very specific person. He based a lot of character traits and backstory on real-life serial liver Edmund Kemper.
So much has happened in the last 24 hours, it's insane. California was hit with a 7.0 magnitude earthquake, which then triggered a tsunami warning, which was then cancelled. The French government has literally collapsed after their prime minister was booted out in the first successful vote of no confidence in over 60 years. Romania's constitutional court has just ordered their presidential elections to restart from scratch after intelligence documents suggested that the winner of the first round benefited from a mass foreign influence operation. People have ordered for the Hop Tour girl to be investigated after she launched a meme coin that dropped over 90% of its value overnight, losing people millions of dollars. The words carved onto the shells used in the killing of United Health CEO claim to lead to this book titled Delay, Deny, Defend: Why Insurance Companies Don't Pay Claims and What You Can Do About It. The Czech Republic has just passed a bill exempting Bitcoin held for more than 3 years from capital gains tax starting 2025. The family of the teenage boy who fell to his death on the drop ride at Orlando theme park in 2022 has just been awarded a huge $310 million payout. TikTok lost its appeal to strike down the TikTok ban law, and NASA has just delayed its first mission to put humans on the moon in over 50 years to no earlier than mid-2027.
They'd be tied with ropes and dragged under the ship's hull. As they were pulled beneath the boat, sharp barnacles and rough wood scraped against their skin, causing deep cuts and bleeding. The salt water worsened the pain, stinging the open wounds. If the sailor wasn't pulled out quick enough, there was a high risk of drowning before reaching the other side. If they did manage to survive, it just meant they were ready for round 2.
Yeah, apparently that's pirates tortured their Isn't that crazy?
King's Honor.
Imagine hating your family so much that you make your own death to run away with another woman. Well, that's exactly what this man did on August 11th. Ryan Warlord went on a fishing trip, and that was the last time
Safe
his wife
travels.
and his kids saw him. His wife reported him missing when police went to go look for him, and they found his lighthouse upside down, his car still parked, and his cell phone in the water. So obviously, police thought it was an accident, drowned, so they had a search team look for him in the water, but they couldn't find him. But then, in October, 2 months after he disappeared, police found out that he crossed over into Canada just a few days after he went missing. So imagine, at first the family's devastated because they think that their father is dead, but then they find out that he's alive and he's in Canada. When police got a hold of his laptop, they found out that this man had been body had been dead for months. He went about getting a new passport, purchased a $375,000 life insurance policy. He wiped out everything from his computer and he even changed the emails related to his bank accounts. But it gets even crazier because police found out that he sent money to a foreign account, and then they find out that he was in contact with a Russian woman this entire time. So they believe his family to start a new life. But then everything kind of went downhill for him because he sent police a video telling them that he was safe and alive and there's nothing to worry about. Then he decided to return to Wisconsin a couple of days ago and he was arrested for being so dead. So my question is, what made him come back? Did his relationship with his family not work out?
Crazy things happening in the world right now. A bear that attacks luxury cars in LA was actually a person in a costume. A bear that
Did his relationship with his family not work out?
Crazy things happening in the world right now. A bear that attacks luxury cars in LA was actually a person in a costume, according to insurance investigators. Passengers have a new fear unlocked because the plane they were on flew for 9 hours and then landed back at the same airport they came from. Mike Tyson reminded a child reporter that she too will die someday. A police officer pulled over his own boss for speeding. A former inmate sued Oklahoma jail officers for their baby shark torture tactic. A woman who dropped her phone in between 2 boulders got stuck upside down trying to get it. A fire station burned down in Germany after there was no fire detection system installed. The latest study shows that self-driving cars are safer than humans driving cars unless it's dawn, dusk, or it's trying to turn. A new alleged potato cartel is being accused of conspiring to raise the price of frozen fries and tater tots across the United States.
So the self-driving cars are only safe when it's on a highway going straight. The city has trouble with turning. And in the cities, all you do is turn. Right? So it's done on the highway.
The accident will definitely make your skin crawl apart. There is more of a chance of you finding a dead body underneath your bed than actually finding a baby carpet. If you ever plug your nose during a sneeze, you can actually rupture a blood vessel in your neck or your brain and it'll cause you to bleed. The electric chair was actually invented by BNET. If a black cat looks at you with problems, it usually means something might happen to you.
Insane true stories that you won't believe. Back in 2004, a man named Mitch, who was a senior in college, fell in love with a girl in his grade. After they graduated, they moved in together and began to work. And 2 years later, they got married. Not too long after, Mitch's wife became pregnant. But his job was going so well that his wife was able to stay home and take care of their newborn baby. A few years after that, his wife became pregnant again. Mitch absolutely adored his family. And with raising his kids and having a great job, he was living his best life. But one night while he was watching TV, he noticed something strange out of the corner of his eye. A red lamp in their family living room was blurry. Nothing else in the room was blurry to Mitch except for that lamp. He decided to shrug it off, but when he looked at it again, it was not only blurry, but it appeared to be upside down. He didn't tell his family because he didn't want to concern them. But after a few days, Mitch became obsessed over this lamp. He even skipped work just to stare at it all day long.
Alright, well, my bad. You, I'll never forgive you for that. Raising out a cereal with tremendous gaslight was about this bird. The cans are one of the strangest dinosaurs still alive, and no, I'm being serious. First of all, it's not even a parrot, it's basically a giant woodpecker. And they're not just fruit lovers, rainbow people, they eat other birds. And so they'll go out of their way to raise nests and leave baby birds inside.
You've got mail.
Oh, you know, right? You know, they're not also murky bats and frogs and pretty much anything else. You can see one life to find it out. Y'all think they're cute, but I see right through them. Like this bird from the first you came to, the skin is so thin and translucent. The structure is trying to like it, but it's like it's not even there. They also have a serrated beak. Yeah, serrated, like a knife. Unless you're a flying food creature, there's no reason for a vegetarian to have that harm. But the signs are there. The chocolate bone also has a feather duster.
You've got mail.
Purpose is to shove it back down his throat. If you're blueberry or struck with baby bird by mistake, the only way out is to the south without his fingers. This is my life. I hate it. Understand that. When the two cans going to police get unregulated, they call them little break up the collarbone. I just want to reiterate, any small animal is murder. If you want to put a sugar plant next to the food, that's not that is a decision. And they're not that bad. Babies are cute and they purr.
You've got mail.
These are scary creatures that will terrify you. Part 16. Charlie Brown apparently has cancer.
You've got mail.
The most obvious reason that Charlie Brown has cancer is that he's mostly bald except for the one small tuft of hair on the front of his head. No other character in the show appears as bald, so it implies that it just wasn't a random characteristic style. The other odd thing about Charlie Brown is his down and out personality. He's always dealing with existential crises way deeper than any normal agent. The theory goes on to suggest the reason that nothing ever works out for him and his life is always a disaster is because he's in a hospital bed, slowly fading away and projecting his sadness into dreams.
I mean, that is kind of sus. How did you get good?
These are the craziest knockoffs of popular cartoons. Most people know about the Amazing World of Gumball, but today I'm going to introduce you to Miracle Scope, a Chinese show that was launched in 2014. This knockoff didn't just copy the animation style, it recreated entire scenes from Gumball. The main character is also a cat boy, whose brother is a fish with legs. The creators of Gumball obviously found out about it, so they went ahead and made an episode called The Copycats, where the two families in the show is based off. Next, I think we all agree that the Cars franchise is phenomenal. Well, today I'm bringing you something that this is a movie called The Autobot, a Chinese movie that was released in 2015. The movie got immediate attention because of its resemblance to Cars. And when I say resemblance, I mean it's almost the exact same movie. The only difference is that in this world there are actual humans, and the characters are very slightly different. But it's pretty obvious that the main character is a complete copy of like the movie. And in Cars we have Francesco, but in Autobots we have Francisco instead.
South American mythical beast known as the Palmero. This next video was taken at the funeral of a 7-year-old. She was one of the balloons that was next to a coffin, somehow floating directly to her crying mother in the audience. Many people believe that this was the girl trying to comfort her mother from the grave.
Their lives have been. And show everyone how it's done.
I'm so glad you said that. I've been wanting to talk about this for a minute.
Oh, jumpers.
Yeah, lions can hunt. They're actually very good at it. Keep your too big. Hold that up. That comes from lion pride. There's a
Boy,
reason.
they're down. They're doing too much.
They can get jacked by hyenas or
Well,
other
somewhere.
male lions. Think it's something like they only keep 24% of the animals they take down. So it's actually the male's job to defend the kill. Kind of hard to do that when you spend all that energy catching. Also, the way they hunt is different. Lionesses hunt as a pack running down prey. With lions, the mane kind of gets in the way. So they're mostly ambush hunters. The male lions do help hunt. It's usually to help bring down bigger things like buffalo. They're like mercenaries. They just come in and finish your job. Simba also has to patrol his territory and run big things down better than somebody take over his pride. Yeah, no pride is found after that. Also, before they even get a pride, they're in their bachelor nomad era. If they don't hunt for themselves, they die. Here's some other lion facts. This is what I feel like it's actually proven. Lions will leave an area after birth or something, just to give the survivors a chance to let their guard back down. Some lionesses will purposely play paternity leave back and give up the lion Yashka and emails. Even ones outside the pride, because not going through the father, it actually saves the cubs from being lost. In 2004, a man jumped into a lion exhibit and attempted to convert them to Christianity. I feel like Christians naturally forget that life is supposed to be violent. Like, it's sad as it is to say, but if you really look at nature, it's automatically just free. So, like, this guy trying to go and tell the lion, like, hey, this is your secret. That lion, like, dang, I'm trying to eat you.
How shows were originally supposed to look. So Toy Story featured this much larger, wide-chinned Woody that was actually supposed to be a villain, with Buzz Lightyear appearing in a red suit. Glad they changed that. Monsters, Inc. originally animated Mike Wazowski without hands and looking a bit less friendly, and Sully was completely different, foregoing blue for brown and looking a bit more dorky. Lost media of Shrek was found in 1996, which had Shrek looking a lot creepier with very little resemblance to the good-looking man that we all know and love today. Lightning McQueen was supposed to be a basic stock car with more body to appeal to more viewers, since race cars are considered to be too low. Finding Nemo originally had the whale scene with only Nemo, which was supposed to be, well, a lot less intimidating than in the final version. Smurfs had an unpolished finish with enough of the days before final production looking like this. And finally, Sonic from Sonic the Hedgehog series was originally animated to look like this. Pretty cool, right?
This man was seen sleepwalking every night to an abandoned well, and when people found out why, he was arrested. Part 2. Inside, they found barrels of gunpowder. It turns out Assad was sent to the village by a large mining company. The village was actually built on a large gold deposit, but for years, the villagers wouldn't let the company mine it. So every week, the company would send Assad a shipment of gunpowder, which he secretly poured down the well. And when the time was right, he would set it off, causing a massive landslide, destroying the village and letting the company mine the gold. But before I tell you what happened, if you want to erase corrupt world leaders that invade other countries or really anything from your photos, you need to try this. Just press this button on my profile and try erasing something. Since Assad was always thinking about this plan, he would subconsciously walk there while he was sleepwalking, which ultimately got him caught.
These facts that you like. If you ever find yourself trapped in a really like no way of being back or lie down on your stomach and start slowly crawling back to the guy. That'll put less stress on the ice and make it almost impossible. Most people understand flags are trolls, but the purple flag confuses most. The purple flag being the warning that the most dangerous creatures are in that exact area, such as jellyfish, stingrays, and corpse sharks. If you ever feel like puking while you're scuba diving, bob it into the right thing. Do not remove it from your mouth. If you prevent your mouth as possible and reapply it, it means that you're probably pretty far underwater. Once you remove that, you're probably like follow it.
People grow up on their own.
Nobody wants us to think that
by my students on the board in 1967, despite adding 5 more years to a $45 billion contract with the retire in his retirement, George traveled the world at a transfer at home. On July 6, 2002, Franklin and older brother Miles broke a Serena to reverse the class. By July 8th, the family of Franklin and Serena had completely lost contact. On July 20th, Miles returned to him with the boat, this time for the month. 2 months later, Miles was arrested for attempting to kill his brother's signature, attempting to buy him $150,000 for the boat. Broken several months later. The neighborhood was leaving off of the forward for that. Now, he confessed that him and his brother had gotten into a boat, like 400 accidentally hit, fell over, and smacked her head on the part of the boat. Then, the captain then went to the pool instead. My wife was killed. Miles then shot his brother in self-defense, pushed the body towards the board, fled back to the side. Obviously, the story justice like that. Now, before police could even attempt to try and verify the story, he intentionally overdosed on it. He died at the age of 7.
My biggest fear was having a ugly baby. Now, look what I got. Look at him. He is so funny to me.
So all the moms watching, you think this is normal. Now, I'm not married. I don't have kids. This is messed up. You've been carrying this child for 20 months. This child is your own skin. You go and call him ugly publicly. To me, miss, you're a child. There are women out there that need birth with arms and legs. They were never treated differently than us. These kids eventually grow up winning golden medals in special. But the thing is, there's nothing wrong with your child. What a shame. What a shame.
Yeah, that's wild. How does she even know any of It's like probably, I think, 1 month old. I was going to see him when I say that.
An influencer has died at a creator event posted by Tom. She is unaware of the story or Thomas event that led up to this Thomas Brown. She was invited and her event that was by Thomas. Thomas also had a number of allergies. Allegedly,
You've got mail.
but despite that being like that, it's supposed to have the event of Thomas suffering with her other. People who were at the event made allegations that she did not very medical attention at the time and was for Thomas.
You've got mail.
Other creators that are attended this event are allegedly still constant, positive content of the event as if these events have happened.
These guys are both talking places. The more I started now, that we're all kind of the country is good. I know.
You've got mail.
Starting at one side intramural, the walls of intramural turned into reminding me of dark Spanish era. South Korea was entered and tortured and killed towards Santiago during World War II. It may be a haunted tourist spot, but night, strange noises occur, distant sport tends to keep visitors. Number 3, humanity, after it collapsed, it killed all workers, not their bodies, and ever since, visitors were always warned to stay out of it. Bad energy, like dirt, and fighting. Number one, diplomats themselves, Latino City, recognized the world's
Very good.
city as a whole. The diplomats themselves goes way back in 1911. No priests were able to unsee after many deaths inside the hotel. The business seized operation in 1987. Many paranormal investigators around the world swore that they would never enter this building again. The Philippines is a unique country, but it is well known for its 4x stories. You tell me, what country should I visit?
When an ant bites you, it grabs your skin with its pinchers. But it's not actually the pinchers that hurt you. You see, the ant uses them to hold on to your skin, but then they bend their bodies upwards and stab you with their stinger. Now, because they're holding on to you with such a good grip, it allows the ant to sting you multiple times in the same area. This injects you with their venom, which causes that sharp stinging pain.
I was a little bit strange. I was like, hey, yo, is my skin pregnant? But yeah, we made a video yesterday that was talking about how TikTok is like, you know, on that, which I'm hoping they do, so they like, you know, have time to figure it out. But let's see what happens.
You've got mail. 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 You've got mail.
About to run to the store, Mom, and I'll be right back. Okay? Remember Daddy and daughter. Yeah, I know.
It really makes me think that you'll be like fall off into the Gulf, into the ocean. I don't know if it's possible, especially with what I'm about to show you in 1 second. I mean, really, look how massive.
Oh, but tell her my head, Jesus.
And the thing is, that's not the only thing happening in Ethiopia. Neither are the earthquakes. I really want to be on the road right here, but y'all think bullshit. I think bullshit. I mean, that's just the way that they're explaining. Like, you literally can't even see the farm that happens. It's crazy. Remember, I should do this to happen yesterday on September 22nd. It started, but then yesterday got massive big. And when you can't believe there was not at the same time that all this is going on, there's important videotaping. Which always comes before some crazy natural event. I mean, the word actually there. But you know, actually, for it, they don't an earthquake is like earthquake. Of course, like last video. In parallel.
Y'all, check this out. Look how huge this moon is at the Golden Gate Bridge. Oh my goodness. And it barely disappears, y'all. Y'all saw that? It seems like there's a group of clouds there, and it takes the moon behind it. Look at this. What the heck? So everyone is taking pictures and videos of the moon, and everybody is getting it in a different position, in a different angle. And then in this video over here, it's not even accompanied by Venus or whatever they're calling it. But look at this. I see something moving. Y'all, check this out. I didn't even notice, but look at all these lights up here. Look. Look at this. What is going on up there, y'all? And that's definitely up in the sky because the bridge is down here, y'all. So what is going on here? And where did the moon go? This thing literally just disappeared behind a huge shelf of clouds. And why is it so big, y'all? When did the moon get closer to Earth like this? This is crazy. Look at how huge that is. Do y'all see that? What a time to be alive. That's why all this stuff is going on the Earth
You've
right
got
now.
mail.
So much emotions. That right there doesn't seem normal to me, y'all. What do y'all think? Let me know down in the comments below. Like, follow, share for more videos like this. Let's get this shit. Peace out.
You didn't know? That's a giant hologram of being cast. That's why you're saying the moon's so big. The moon isn't real.
ability of accidental ceremony. Simply tell them to work on like they while the sorrow are no longer engaged in warfare. They continue to wear these masks like you're in there's truly no divide in the world quite like sorrow.
Man, that is terrifying. I saw us come out the water with the white clay. I would definitely black out.
So y'all don't believe we live in a matrix? Y'all don't believe we live in a simulation? Check this out. How do you explain this over here, y'all? Wait till she looks up. How do you explain this over here? Where's this water coming from? Where is this water coming from? The whole sky is blue and clear. There's no clouds in the sky. That's over there. This right here is in Dubai, y'all. It's not a waterfall. It's no rain. What is going on here? This is clearly a glitch in the system. That's why she was like, oh my God. Yeah, where is that coming from? That's crazy. It's literally the crazy thing is, it looks like she's still wet under the waterfall, but she's not getting wet at all. Now see that? It looks like it's falling on her. But she's not getting wet at all. That's crazy. What's going on?
something really weird is going on with those fires. So watch the
Most of that happens. It's not spikes where it's all the way, or it's not, if you run it this way, you're going to get cut. Let's say there's some sort of order captures down here. That is crazy. Look at that. Look at his underbelly. Oh my gosh. How insane is that fish? You never know what you're going to see there. My understanding is that one of the materials detected in the slot, they're on the world grafting. Grafting is the primary material used in the creation of holographic image. I have a link in the comment section. This is like some exclusive grafting sensory simulation process. Holograms of other ships will major cities.
maybe that explains why people that are in the mall are real thick and stuff. Maybe what they say is like clear like real unbelievable. I haven't seen it before, but I've seen it on numerous videos on TikTok. that does like how he's talking, and if they can manufacture that at a company, the CEO or the owner, will be the first story that's followed in that school.
Really creepy deal. That video is that wildfire. Waiting for it. Here.
Wonderful pistachios. They also own preschools. They sell real estate. Linda Stewart residents use more water than every single resident of Los Angeles certified. Linda Stewart residents own 60% of California's water. Linda and Stewart residents own 60% of California's water. This California, where multiple fires are currently at 0%. And a 2016 study showed that the residents' agricultural businesses were
road. The story claims that a geologist was working in an oil field in the area, saw something odd, and decided to take a heat signature of it. This is it. The next day, the geologist suddenly quit, and Skinwalker, referring to these Native American legends. According to legend, Skinwalker is a person with supernatural ability to turn into any animal and walk on all fours. There are stories of countless encounters in New Mexico, but few will speak of them. Sears felt part of it. Many people who posted and shared the picture yesterday found their posts and comments suddenly disappeared. People who emailed each other, unable to retrieve it. That content sounds like creepy.
The reason why it's so hard for those of us to be in a relationship is because we have a divine purpose that's basically in alignment with our soul's contract. And the vast majority of the time, the people that you encounter is frequent or monitoring spirits that are being weaponized to cause distraction and chaos within your divine purpose. Your soul's purpose is to reverse the polarity of the generational curse that's affiliated to blood, because you're an old soul encapsulated inside of a young body. And the people within the infrastructure of your family are new souls encapsulated inside old bodies. So that's why you're the black sheep of the family, the golden child. When you have a divine mission that's preordained by the logistical order of the universe, you have to keep getting from distraction. You didn't come back to the planet to be dating low vibrational activity with the NPCs that basically deviate you from your purpose. You came back to cultivate the balance within the infrastructure of the planet. This is the main reason why it's so hard for chosen ones to be in a relationship, because we see beyond the illusions of the dualistic three-dimensional paradigm. So when chosen ones date people who are basically not in synchronization with our true purpose, it creates the energy of stagnation. So this is why the great majority of chosen ones must stay chosen ones. Stop dating the NPCs, the drug dealers, the chicks that's getting the DPMs and things of that nature.
So California is not the only place that's dealing with a wildfire. Check this out, y'all. This right here is in Baghdad. I don't know what's going on, y'all, but check this scene. I did not go to want to miss this. I don't know. This rainbow came out of nowhere, and it's a double rainbow too. Check this out, y'all. Look at this. Look at the sky. It looks like an apocalyptic scene. Look at the double rainbow. Where the hell did it come from? It looked like it was some type of warehouse that blew up and smoke. You can see all these boxes out there, people trying to move the boxes that don't catch on fire, you guys. It's a whole convention, man. But it looks like an apocalyptic sky. Look at the sky. That shit is moving fast. And there's a lot of wind. So they too are also having trouble fighting the fires. Look at this. What? That's amazing, though. With how hot 2025 has started off and cold, are you guys ready for 2026? Because I believe 2026 is going to get here just like 2025 got here, which is extremely fast. Let me know what you guys think about this video. Let's get this shit going. Peace.
I don't have enough.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna be here Saturday.
stop doing stuff for him.
There's your monitors. What happened?
You were little. Welcome back to the channel. It's me.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
Not allowed to speak. Or where I'm not allowed to speak. Think of it. I'm the President of the United States, and I'm not allowed to speak. Why? Because if I did speak, people would understand the scam. It's a scam. And we have very dishonest judges and New York judges. We had one that valued this house at $18 million because it was good for their kids. He actually valued that chandelier worth more than $18 million. He valued this house at $18 million. And we have another one who was so nasty, so horrible, such a brute, the most vicious, vile person. These are New York judges. But we've won most of the cases, we're very happy with them. Well, we get regulars for national security. I've been doing that a long time, long before I even read people talk about it. We have approximately 45,000 people. People really don't even know Denmark has an illegal right. But if they do, they should give it out. I'm talking about protection. You look at, you don't even need binoculars. You look outside, you have China ships all over the place. You have Russian ships all over the place. We're not letting that happen. We're not letting it happen. And if Denmark wants to get to a conclusion, but nobody knows if they even have any right title or interest. The people are going to probably vote for independence for the company in the United States. But if they did do that, then I would tariff Denmark at a very high level. No, not a big state, but we enter the office. Where he likes people that intended to be conservative. I don't know the people. I can say yours is a very smart guy. I don't know the people. He was, he said some negative things about a couple of people that were on the office. Well, I can't tell you that, but I know that Putin would like to meet. I don't think it's appropriate that I meet up to him at 20th, which I hate. Because, every day people are being, many young people are being killed, soldiers. The land is very flat. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers from each, many hundreds of thousands from each side are dead. And they're laying in fields. All over. Nobody keeping the left. There's landmines all over. It's a disaster. But it's very flat. It's great. It's farmland. And it's very, very flat. And the only thing that stops a bullet is the human body. And the human body is stopping a lot of bullets. I hope to have 6 months. And I hope long before 6 months. Look, Russia's losing a lot of young people. And so is Ukraine. And it should have never been started. That's a war that should have never. I guarantee you, if I were president, that war would have never happened. I'll be announcing it sometime. No. Maybe he won't live, but maybe he will. Listen, I don't care what he says.
So the city was considering military force to acquire Canada, bring also considering military force to annex.
No, economic force. Because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like. And it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there. I love the Canadian people. They're great. But we're spending hundreds of billions a year to protect it. We're spending hundreds of billions a year to take care of Canada. We lose in trade deficits. We're losing mass. We don't need their cars. They make 20% of our cars. We don't need that. I'd rather make them in Detroit. We don't need the cars. We don't need their lumber. We have massive fields of lumber. We don't need their lumber. We have to unrestrict them because stupid people put, restrictions on, but I can do that with an executive order. We don't need anything they have. We don't need their dairy products. We have more than they have. We don't need anything. So why are we losing $200 billion a year and more to protect Canada? And I said that to, as I called him, Governor Trudeau. I said, listen, what would happen if we didn't subsidize you, if we didn't, because we give them a lot of money. We help them. As an example, we're buying icebreakers.
and Canada wants to join us in the buying of icebreakers. I said, we don't really want to have a partner in the buying of icebreakers. We don't need a partner. But no right. Nope, no right. Here's what we have. We have a right not to help them with their financial difficulties because we owe $36 trillion. So we're going to start knocking it out pretty fast. But we're going to be able to do it because of energy and other things. But, no right. No right. Well, why are we supporting a country 200 billion plus a year? Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state. That's why I told Trudeau when he came down. I said, what would happen if we didn't do it? He said Canada would dissolve. Canada wouldn't be able to function. If we didn't take their 20% of our car market, again, they send us hundreds of thousands of cars. They make a lot of money with that. They send us a lot of other things that we don't need. We don't need their cars, and we don't need the other products. We don't need their milk. We get a lot of milk. We get a lot of everything. And we don't need any of it. So I said to him, well, why are we doing it? He said, I don't really know. He was unable to answer the question. But I can answer it. We're doing it because of habit. And we're doing it because we like our neighbors. And we've been good neighbors. But we can't do it forever. And it's a tremendous amount of money. And why should we have a $200 billion deficit and add on to that many, many other things that we give them in terms of subsidy? And I said, that's okay to have if you're a state. But if you're another country, we don't want to have it. We're not going to have it with European Union either. European Union, we have a trade deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take anything. And so we're not going to have it with them either. Brian, go ahead.
Yes. Happy New Year, by the way.
Thank you.
We have some breaking news. You may not be aware of this, but it looks like Canada has blocked the DOJ from releasing this report for their
Wow, that's a big story. Yeah. So, if I get it right, the fake witch hunt started by the DOJ having to do with books and records, and Biden had many more, and he wasn't protected by the Presidential Records Act either. But all of that fake stuff that took the lives of people, I mean, literally destroyed people. People are destroyed because of what they did. Destroyed. So we got to be president. But Biden did it for 40 years. He did it when he was a senator. That was illegal. And they ruled it was illegal. How about that? They said, it's illegal, but he's unfit to stand trial. So he can stand and be president of the United States, but the prosecutor found that he's unfit for trial. I was going to use that as a major talking point, but I never got to use it because all of a sudden I had a new candidate who was also sort of unfit to stand trial. But, so what you're saying is that the judge just blocked the, so Cannon was thrown off the case. They dropped their appeal because he had no case. They dropped all of that, the lawsuits against us. They lost the lawsuit. So this is the Ragey expert. So he dropped the lawsuits. He was told to by the DOJ because they had no lawsuit. They lost in court in front of a very strong and a very brilliant judge. They lost in court, and that pertained to other cases in other courts. So he wanted to do a report just before I take office, probably. So he'll do like a 500-page report, and it'll be a fake report just like the investigation was a fake investigation. And I said, well, wait a minute. This guy was thrown off in disgrace. In disgrace. He's going back to The Hague or wherever they're going to send him. In disgrace. Because he failed so badly. Because it was a fake case against a political opponent. They thought they were going to use this to beat me. So what you're saying is, I'm just saying that they're not allowed to issue the report. So if they're not allowed to issue the report, that's the way it should be. Because he was thrown off the case in disgrace. Why should he be allowed to write a fake report? It'll only be a fake report. That's great news. But,
many Americans are angry that we're sending millions of dollars every month to the Taliban.
It's not even believable. Billions of dollars, not millions, billions. We pay billions of dollars to essentially the Taliban, Afghanistan. And
That's given by Biden. That's the same man that took away $50 to $60 trillion worth of value from the United States. Probably our most valuable asset. Took away our most valuable asset. This can't be allowed to happen. We are now a nation of common sense. When he does that, 625 million acres, this can't be allowed to happen. Thank you for the information. Most other people probably knew about it, but they wouldn't have told me. Yeah, we will do that. It's always hard to bring down prices when somebody else has screwed something up like they did. But we'll bring them down, we'll get them down. Energy is going to bring down prices. We're going to have a lot of energy. And energy is what brought it up. Energy and their bad spending is what brought it up. And energy is going to bring it down. We're going to have prices down. I think you're going to see some pretty drastic price reductions. As an example, food, bacon, ham, apples, everything has gone through the roof. It's one of the reasons I won. So as you know, and I said it, inflation was one of the reasons I won, but I think the biggest reason I won was the fact that they are allowing prisoners to come into our country. They released their prisoners, their murderers. Thousands of murderers are now walking around the streets of our cities and farmland all over. Murdered, people that are killed. Many, 32% have killed more than one person. They released them from their jails, their prisons, and their mental institutions and insane asylums into our country. I believe that's the reason we got such a large number. Maybe one or two more questions. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Go ahead.
President Carter is laying in today in Washington, D.C., President Carter was out. Is there anything you can do to put that?
No, I liked him as a man. I disagreed with his policy. He thought giving away the Panama Canal was a good thing. I think it cost him the election. That and the hostages. I actually think that was a bigger factor. That's a deal that just shouldn't not have been made. But again, this was a question that was asked of me. I didn't bring it up. I didn't want to bring up the Panama Canal because of Jimmy Carter's death. But people don't bring it up. But you and other people have asked me about it. No, it's a deal that I was very strongly against. I was a young guy when this took place. But just why would we spend all of that money? Lose 38,000 people to malaria, the mosquito. They were dying. It was horrible what was happening. They paid them 4 times more than they would make in the United States, but they knew they were going to go over there and die. And they died in the jungles of malaria. There was nothing we could do to stop it. 38,000. And then we gave it away for $1.
You to open the door to the radio interview yesterday for a two-bill approach. It's still your preference for one big, beautiful bill, as you said.
Well, I like one big, beautiful bill. I always have, I always will. But if two is more certain, it does go a little bit quicker because you can do the immigration stuff early. Now, you have to understand, for immigration and for the wall, we won the case on the wall. You know, they tried to sell the wall for 5 cents on the dollar, by the way. And we had, fortunately, a judge that stopped that. But they were already discarding the wall. And 5 cents on the dollar, you know what they were doing? They were calling us up and saying, we'll sell it back to you at 200 cents. In other words, double what we paid for it. So they were going to buy it from this guy for 5 cents on the dollar. They were making deals. Unfortunately, we had a very smart judge that stopped it cold. I think he called for an investigation, too, and he should. But think of it. They were selling the wall. That was exactly the wall that the Border Patrol wanted. That was designed by them. Steel, concrete, rebar. Exactly as it was. Very, very heavy steel, very powerful steel, hard to cut. Very, very heavy, 7,000-pound concrete, which is a very strong concrete. Everything was very expensive. Would be double what we paid for it then, 6 years ago. But let me just tell you, they were selling it for 5 cents on the dollar to people. And those people were calling us, asking us to pay them 200 cents because it's a good deal because we can have it immediately. And you know what immediately is? Just leave it in place. No, the papers haven't written that, though. You know, that deal is like all the other things that these people do. These people either hate our country or they're very stupid. And I don't believe they're stupid. because nobody can cheat on elections like they cheated. They're stupid. They either hate our country or they're stupid. So remember what I said, because nobody wants to report it. They were selling the wall for 5 cents on the dollar and trying to resell it back to us for 200 cents or less, but for 200 cents on the dollar. That's a nice return.
On the post on its website. It medicine fact check on its website.
Now, I watched their news conference, and I thought it was a very good news conference. I think they've come a long way. Meta, Facebook. I think they've come a long way. I watched it, and it was very impressive. I watched it on Fox, so I'm not allowed to say. Say it?
Directly responding to the threats of the
Probably.
last time you were here, you were asked a question about the U.S. possibly putting up its strike on the city.
With who?
By the way, the U.S. wants to put up its strike. By the way,
And I said, I don't talk about it. It's a military strategy. Well, it's not really, because only a stupid person would answer it. Look, it's a military strategy, and I'm not answering your questions on military strategy. All right, one more. Brian, go ahead. Brian.
Could you give us a preview of what you might be talking to the leaders of Congress who expect to come here the next couple of days? And you've got a very supportive Congress behind you.
They're great. So we have a wonderful Republican Congress. We have a leader that I have a lot of confidence in. I think he's going to be hopefully a great leader, great speaker. We have a leader, by the way, in the Senate. I think has been great. John Thune has been doing a fantastic job. But it goes through the House first. And the question is whether or not we do the two bills in one bill. You know, I can live either way. I like the idea of the one big bill, but I can live either way. But they'll be coming down. The senators also will be coming down, and then ultimately we'll be meeting in the White House in a few weeks. But right now, this is the winter season. You know, they sort of call this the winter White House. It was built, I don't know if you know this, Marjorie Merriweather Post and E.F. Hutton built this. It was the greatest of all the estates in our country. And I saved it, and I got a lot of credit for saving it. Most of these big, great houses have been knocked down in Palm Beach. Just about all of them, actually. You built 10 mansions on one side, but we saved it. But this was built as the Southern White House. And she gave it to the government. And, by the way, Jimmy Carter gave it back. He said it's too expensive in the United States. Actually, Jimmy Carter, the Nixon was through Watergate. He came down. Nixon came here once, and he thought it was incredible, but he had a thing called Watergate. Everybody remembers it. And that's mine, to put it mildly. And Jimmy Carter felt that it was too extravagant. So, fortunately for me, he gave it back to the foundation, and I put it back.
Joker.
Some Republicans say trade will pass bill that the base charities they want to see big spending cuts. You agree with that?
Well, I'm okay with spending cuts. I like spending cuts. Just, I'm on the record with spending cuts. So the debt ceiling was given to us. It shouldn't have been, but it was put in our lap. And what I want in terms of debt ceiling isn't the ceiling. I just don't want to see it default. That's all I want. I never talked about spending more money necessarily. And all I want to see is no default. Because nobody knows what would happen. It could be 1929 and it could be nothing. But that was put into our lap. And it shouldn't have been, but it was. And so we'll handle it. But debt ceiling is not about raising a lot of money. It's really just about extending it. I just want to see it extended.
How much community by executive order are you planning to do on executive order when it comes to immigration? And how much do you want Congress to tackle this issue? And also,
Well, I have the safest border in the history of our country by far. You remember the famous chart that I put there. That chart very much for a lot of reasons. But I have the safest border by far in the history of our country. And when I took it over, it was a mess. Nothing like it is now. This is 10 times worse. I got elected because of the border the first time. And I think I got elected largely because of the border the third time. And the second time I did equally well. Well, not as well as the last time, but I did good. And I will say, this was too big to rig. You know the expression? Too big to rig. They couldn't do it. They tried, but they couldn't do it. I didn't get very much from Congress at all. I just said that we're being invaded and I took the money out of the military. Much of the wall, I built over 500 miles of wall. Much of that wall was built through money that I put into the military. We took it out because we couldn't get things from Congress in those days, and we took it out. And that wall was built largely with money coming from the military. So, very simple. I went to the military, I said, our country is being invaded by very similar, nothing like what's invading our country now. They weren't releasing prisons into our country, and they weren't releasing mental institutions in, but some bad dudes were coming in. Right? And I said, our country's being invaded. And I took that money largely from the military. I was sued 9 times by the Democrats in Congress, and I won all those suits. And we ended up building 571 miles of wall. Once that wall was built, they start going around it. So we're going to add another 200. That would have been up in 3 weeks. And then we had a very unfortunate election result. And they said, we don't want to put it up, we'll sell it. And they started selling it for 5 cents on the dollar. What is that? So we'll do this again. I just want to thank everybody very much. I'm just telling you, this will be the golden age of America. It's the golden age of America. We'll have a great country again. We're a country right now under siege. We have so many different problems. Nobody respects us overseas, but now they do. The Italian Prime Minister, as you know, came here the other night, just flew in or flew out. She wanted to see me. And great respect is being shown when I went to the cathedral in France. Great respect was shown by the Prime Minister, the President, by everybody. France was, and by the way, I have to say they did a great job with the cathedral. But great respect is being shown to our country again. And we have a great country, but we have to run it properly. It's going to be run properly. We want to get back those hostages for Israel and for us. You know, we do have people that are hostages being held. And I'll just say it again. If this deal's not done with the people representing our nation, by the time I get to office, all hell is going to be with you. Many things are happening that are
I want to know who kicked the beat off that point.
Wait, what? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
What happened?
Some lady came up to Khabib when he was on the flight because he was in the escape row. Whatever it is. He was on a... What yacht?
Users of Reddit. Users of Reddit. What's the worst thing you've accidentally done? After speaking with my grandpa on the phone before he properly hung up, I heard him commenting to my uncle how ungrateful I was. I had at that point visited every week for a year and cleaned his entire bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, hallway, and living room every single goddamn week, usually bringing some food or dessert with me. I moved out of town shortly after this. What a hypocrite. I hope your uncle knows how much work you put in. That would be a big fat no. My uncle recently passed 60 years. Has lived in the upstairs apartment at Grandpa's house his entire life without paying rent. And my grandfather still washes and irons his clothes. Well, he does now after I moved, because I usually did it every week for the both of them. I was on a cruise and reading a book in one of the lounges. This very upset woman sat sort of behind me, and her husband was with her. She was crying because their vet had some bad news about their dog, and she was trying to call the vet. She told the husband after she got off the phone that she needed 15 minutes to listen to a song by herself and collect her thoughts. He asked if he could get her anything, and she said no. She just wanted to be alone for a minute. Once he left, she called her boyfriend and started giving him grief about girls liking his pictures on Instagram and how jealous she was and was making plans to sneak off to Poland later. Scumbag. Did you tell him? I think I honestly would have if I saw him. I saw her again after, but not him. I feel I heard enough that I could establish her husband didn't know. The dog was okay though, right? No. The vet said the dog was not going to make it through the night. Felt really bad for the husband. Lost his dog and his wife is the worst. I was home alone as a 12-year-old when my dad's friend called the house. I let it go to voicemail, and he left a bizarre voicemail about my dad being the best friend he'd ever had. My dad came home 10 minutes later, and I told him about the voicemail.
Dad tried to call him and he didn't pick up. It turned out he shot himself immediately after leaving the voicemail, which was a pretty big mental time bomb for me. Well, fuck. Sorry for your dad's loss. He was more upset than I was. We've talked about it a few times, since I felt guilt for not picking up the phone. But my dad's friend was being investigated for some financial crime, so my dad feels there was no intervention possible. He was calling us to say goodbye before his reputation was ruined. But if you had answered, he would not tell a 12-year-old. I think it was good he left a message for your dad. He might have felt awkward telling you that your dad is the best friend ever. The prospect of his imminent death might have cut right through any awkwardness. When I was 17, my best friend's dad sort of did this on Christmas. Went to go see him earlier in the day. His dad said I'm the only friend he really likes. My buddy comes over and we are playing video games all night. Get a phone call around 10 from his mom crying. We run over to his house and there's tons of cops. His dad blew his brains out. My buddy never recovered mentally from that. Standing in line waiting for my Tim. The phone. But my dad's friend was being investigated for some financial crime, so my dad feels there was no intervention possible. He was calling us to say goodbye before his reputation was ruined. But if you had answered, he would not tell a 12-year-old. I think it was good he left a message for your dad. He might have felt awkward. Divorced. I was home alone as a 12-year-old and my dad's friend called the house. I let it go to voicemail, and he left a bizarre voicemail about my dad being the best friend he ever had. My dad came home 10 minutes later, and I told him about the voicemail. Dad tried to call him, and he didn't pick up. It turned out he shot himself immediately after leaving the voicemail, which was a pretty big mental time bomb for me. Well, fuck. Sorry for your dad's loss. He was more upset than I was. We've talked about it a few times, since I felt guilt for not picking up the phone. But my dad's friend was being investigated for some financial crime, so my dad feels there was no intervention possible. He was calling us to say goodbye before his reputation was ruined. But if you had answered, he would not tell a 12-year-old. I think it was good he left a message for your dad. He might have felt awkward telling you that your dad is the best friend ever. The prospect of his imminent death might have cut right through any awkwardness. When I was 17, my best friend's dad sort of did this on Christmas. Went to go see him earlier in the day. His dad said I'm the only friend he really likes. My buddy comes over and we are playing video games all night. Get a phone call around 10 from his mom crying. We run over to his house and there is tons of cops. His dad blew his brains out. My buddy never recovered mentally from that. Standing in line waiting for my Tim Hortons coffee. The girl in front of me was talking with her friend. Yeah, so I caught HIV from this dude. It's okay though. It's not like I'm going to die right away. I want some of her positivity. HIV suppression therapy is actually ridiculously effective these days, but I would still lose my damn mind if I caught it from some dude. Waiting to Skype call my long-distance girlfriend, and before the video comes on the audio peaks out, heard her roommate yell to her, "You gonna dump that sorry little boy now?" Yeah, she immediately turned off the feed and broke up with me over Skype text instead. Nice. Sorry, bro, but it sounds like you were better off without her. It'll get better, promise. Thanks. This was a while ago, though, while I was an undergrad. Was sad for a while, but it's nothing but a silly memory now. My family and I were at a restaurant, and there was a father and his daughter. We'll call Dee, for daughter, sitting in the booth right across the aisle from us. Dee looked to be no more than 20 years old. She talks the whole time about her ex, Chris. Apparently, Chris was married and Dee did not give two shits. She said it was the wife's fault for not being good enough to keep her husband faithful. Well, Chris was still sleeping with his wife because she got pregnant. When Dee found out wife was pregnant, Dee told Chris he had to choose between her and his wife. At first, Chris chose Dee, then he found out his unborn child had congenital heart defects. So, he called off the divorce, broke up with Dee, and moved back in with his wife. Dee sits there in silence looking slightly bewildered before saying, I don't know why he chose her and the baby. So what if it dies? They can always make another one. But that's not the worst part. Her dad breaks his silence and asks, so, your mom and Chris aren't getting divorced? Your mom and Chris? Your mom? This batshit crazy Dee was having a blatant affair with her much older stepfather, made him choose between her and her pregnant mother, and then made sociopathic comments about her unborn brother. I've never seen such fuckery in my life. I would have to go to a therapist if I listened to that firsthand. I came close to meeting a lawyer. I wanted to climb over the table and beat the shit out of her. I'd been on holiday for about a month, on the other side of the world to my family. I had FaceTimed my mom and told her what I was up to, found out what was going on back home, just normal conversation. Eventually we said bye and Mom ended the call, or so she thought. She just paused it so the audio was still coming through. I heard my little sister ask her, "Are you crying?" And Mom said, "Not now." I quickly hung up. I think she missed me and didn't want me to know she was sad. I heard half of a phone conversation. A man said into his phone, "I ain't doing this shit. There wasn't supposed to be no security guard here." Overheard by me, the security guard, in a bank that had recently been robbed. When I worked at a bank in college, we had a security meeting for the branch, and the corporate security guy basically told us we had no chance of ever being robbed by any kind of planned robbery. Apparently, there were only 3 real exits out of town. We were surrounded by bluffs and bordered the Mississippi, and all of those were far enough from the branch that the cops would be there before the robbers could. He said they had actually tracked professional criminals who had scoped out our branch but then just moved on. It was actually kind of interesting. The funny part is that I outlined a security flaw to my branch manager where I could easily have cleaned out the bank alone, even though the vault was supposed to be in dual control, without anyone knowing for almost 72 hours. She just told me to stop stirring up trouble. I was visiting my brother from out of state. I'm female. We went to the store. He dropped me off at his college apartment, and then he and my dad went to run a different errand. My brother's landline phone rang. I went to answer it, but it went straight to his answering machine. This was a while ago, 1999. The message was a male voice saying, "Hey, I saw you just a little while ago with a kind of ugly girl." Edited to add, your frustration at trying to figure out how this made sense in the above sentences me, a 40-plus person, trying to understand some of the pop culture references you gosh darn kids throw around. When I worked at Waffle House, the location I worked at was part of the prison work release program. Our grill guy was a convict in for burglary and a few other charges. I'd say he worked there for maybe 6 to 8 months. Over the course of that 6 to 8 months, he became romantically involved with a customer. Also, behind her back, he was going up to the motel behind us for some steamy times with a few other servers. He was stringing a whole bunch of girls along. The girl who was his girlfriend wouldn't believe anything bad about him. She was a very young, sweet, naive girl, and I felt bad for her, to be honest. Me and my fellow older, seen it all lady servers tried to tell her, but she wouldn't listen. Anyway, one night the girlfriend was there, and the two of them were in the stock room doing whatever it was they did in there. I was on my way out the back door to throw some trash in the dumpster, and I heard her say, "You mean just leave?" So I started to listen. He's trying to talk her into hopping in her van, grabbing her 2-year-old and taking off to Alabama with him. Trouble, I headed out front to mull over what I should do. Deep down I thought, surely she's not that stupid. We got slammed right after this, and one of the other complicit servers filled in for him on the grill so we could spend time with her in the closet. I had no time to think about what to do after that. I didn't realize they'd actually done it until the CO that came to pick him up was there, asking where he was. Everyone had disappeared at that point, knowing what was coming, leaving me to be the one to have to tell the guy he escaped. And I was pissed. Beyond pissed. I just stood there, jaw clenched, staring at the prison guard angle. He knew what I was about to say before I even said it. Fuck me. They took off. And I knew what was coming after that. I knew the fucking news would be there. I knew I was going to be questioned. Oh my God, I was so incredibly mad I could have turned into the sun. I was mad at them too. Him for being such an incredible dumbass doing this when he only had 3 months left on the sentence. Her for being so stupid as to torpedo her life and get her kid taken away. I liked both of them somewhat. They're the fucking dumbasses. So I got questioned and avoided being put on TV. Thank God, and the manhunt ensued. All the second shift servers but me got fired or sent to other stores after it was found out what they'd all been doing. Some other things came out about them too, so it wasn't just for the escape incident. As to the pair of dumbasses, she was found about a week later in Alabama, alone in a park, because he'd abandoned her. Then a few days later, he was found at his dad's house. Got 6 more years added to his sentence. She got her kid taken, lost her job and 2 years in prison, which she only had to serve about 6 months of. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Everybody in this story was stupid, including me. I read the entire story because it started out with when I worked at Waffle House. Was not disappointed. Waffle House is a special place to work indeed. Mother/daughter server duo gets into a steak knife fight. Applebee's? Fired. Law involved. Waffle House? They get put on separate shifts. I had my son about 2 months after he was born. I was called a lazy mother by my own mother. A couple months later, she was on the phone with one of her friends claiming I abused my son because I let him cry a bit longer than she deemed necessary. I was outside her door at 2 a.m. to bring him back to bed. I was 21 and was shell-shocked with being a mom so suddenly. Didn't find out I was pregnant until I was almost 5 months along. I was rushed into a lot of things. It was when I was a kid and it was just my single mom and I living in a house together. She had late-stage ovarian cancer that was getting worse. One afternoon she told me she was tired and needed to go lay down in her room. Totally common with her condition, so nothing struck me as odd. I went to her room with a glass of water to put by her bed for when she woke up, but right as about to turn the knob to get into her room, I was thrown off guard when I heard her voice and it sounded like she was incredibly emotional and sad. There was no phone in her room and I knew nobody was over at our house visiting. It took me a minute of eavesdropping to realize that she was using a tape recorder to record her last goodbyes to me for after she died. She died 2 weeks later. I found the tape. This was years ago, and I still haven't been able to get myself to listen to it. The memory of being there while she was recording, and the memory of my naive adolescent self finally realizing that my mom was about to die is just too overwhelming for me still. But I'm glad to know that one day when I'm ready, I will have a recording of her voice to listen to. Not that much of an accident, but my mom caught my dad having an affair and I overheard her as she was yelling at the top of her lungs while my dad was sobbing, begging her to take him back. Never looked at my dad the same way after the wedding. Just for some more background, I was 16 when this happened, and I'm now 34. My parents are still together. Just out of curiosity, what is a big accident for you? I probably should have worded that better. I meant that overhearing them was not much of an actual accident since my parents weren't really trying to hide this from us. What with my mom yelling literally at the top of her lungs? I heard my ex having a business call in his office that sounded a lot like cheating. I was 14 years old and it was the end of 8th grade. I fucking hated middle school and was picked on mercilessly. As the end of the year celebration, we went to one of those putt-putt/driving range/batting cage places and my older brother came and visited for lunch. He was like 19 and home from college and it was really sweet of him to do. I also have to note that objectively my brother is very attractive. At the time he was a college swimmer, so he was in really good shape and all my friends were gaga about it. When I was in line to get some more food, I heard these two bratty girls in front of me go, "How'd she have such a hot brother when she turned out so bad?" Oof. My poor fragile 14-year-old self-esteem. I pretended I hadn't heard them, left the line, and managed not to burst into tears. Teenage girls can be so cruel. So after we adopted our baby girl, my grandparents came up to visit my mom. I was chatting with them, small talk and whatnot. They were acting uncomfortable, glared at me, snide remark here and there about why did I adopt her. So I go to use the bathroom, but it's already there. While standing by the door waiting, this exchange happened. "Grandpa, leave it to me. Explain to me. Grandma, she, my daughter, is worse than that man. His sister pushed out a few years ago. So yeah, I had to pick up my daughter. My daughter's trying to my nephew exactly what happened.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Just watching this one where people tell stories online about real life stuff. It's entertaining, but it's also a lot of stuff. Sometimes it makes you feel worse, sometimes it makes you feel better. But just crazy. Everybody goes through crazy stuff. How is your sister in your life? personal life with my dad's birthday. So he was been gone since 26. And we also celebrated Christmas on that day. There's also the family and so and like my literal baby that's just got here, like like a month old or so. Almost died a lot of those little bodies. But it's crazy because my new cousin Daryl was Daryl was my older cousin for about 5 years. I had seen him since I was a kid in the 90s. The next time I see him, he's a grown man. I saw all those one of my brothers, his sister. My little brother Mark, he's a lawyer. Well, he just graduated from last night. He's going to be a lawyer. So that's awesome. Somewhere, I can't remember, they were looking at Bernie or Ben or something like that for cleaning. I got Saul, but that's actually Paul. But Saul was like really horrible and he got saved. And that's Paul. That's Paul, right? But the point is, people can't change. It's just, you can't change without the Lord. Sahara just quoted this water, which is one of the, it says, I'll make I'll bring waters, abundance, and dry regions, and but it's like literally flooding with water, and that's pretty much constantly from what the science people say that we don't get, right? Because all this stuff with, and don't get me wrong, it's all important, but at this point, the stuff with Jimmy is gotten to a point of like, I don't really, when the prophecies are being fulfilled, that's what Satan was trying to do in the media with the election, with the dumb stuff that did, and whatever else, and obviously the stuff in the Myers in California, they was bred regardless of what it is, you should never, ever, ever, ever put anything above God. Period. And it's just, I thought about it, and the internet, it sounds crazy, right? But the internet is from Satan, because we were never meant to be on, we were never meant to be on the internet. We were meant to be in the scripture, we were meant to be face to face, we were meant to build fellowship with each other. And you can't do that over the internet. You're just like, oh, if this doesn't work out with this interaction, I go to the next person, the next person, the next person. But you know, when we were younger, before the internet, our generation, we actually know what it's like, me and you. We actually know what it's like to actually be a human being, and interact with people the way God made. And not saying good things don't happen from the internet, which it is, but like the porn and the violence and the mocking of God and all these different things, people just get, and then you start going into like all these different theories and this and that and whatever else. And the Lord told me today that there's two types of people. There's the people that are ready to die and the people that don't want to die. Like me and you, we're ready to die. We're right, we're right with God. We're not perfect, but there's a difference between being saved and being repentant and having conviction to do better, because we all fall short of the Word of God. But the people that are the wickedness in high places, those are the people that are afraid of that. That's why they're doing everything they can to stay alive. You know? And I just think that I use the analogy on like the Titanic. Everybody wasn't saved, and everybody can't be saved. And I think it says like 2 billion of the 6 billion. There's a percentage or something like that of God. It's like 2 billion people will be saved, and 6 billion won't. And that's hard to think about. But I gotta let that go, because that's the predestined God. That's not never said something about. I didn't make the free will decision to reject God. It's just that I went where He's telling me about it. So this is hard to think about it now. But it's not, people don't understand, like it's not, spiritual world is really physical, and people just get caught up. Like all the whole school system is designed to, because what happens is when you're born, you go to school, you get degrees, you get a job, you get married, you have kids, you have money to do, you get back, you have insurance, you get a home, you leave all your inheritance to the children, whether they're wherever that, some place, just do whatever you want to do. And there's never no bad comes always. And then you can't take none of it with you, so if that's the case, you would basically perpetuate a family where you can't take none of this material stuff with you, so what's the point of life? And they say, well, if you're Christians, when you die, you go to heaven anyway, so why don't you experience stuff? Like, well, then people die, that's different. And if that's also the case, if that's really, if you think that you just go wherever, or there's nothing after this, why don't you go? Like, what are we talking about? And but when at the end of people's lives, it's like, where was God at? And the Lord's like, apart from the name of you, because if your name's not written in the book of life, covered with the blood of the Lamb, or which is covered by the blood. Something like that. But He separates the wheat from the tares. And I just don't. It's like every time you look in the Bible, no matter if you or don't believe, and then you read like a prophecy that like somebody makes a video on, and it's the exact same information that we see in the real world. It's like, Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers, or like how many things like all of us have to show you that until it's right behind you, you take it home. Which you're supposed to use it. It's just sad people like that. Well, on the flip side, what I'm really trying to focus on is that also said more importantly that with the choice and also there's going to be a massive wave of people coming to the floor outside. And that's what we got to focus on. That's kind of one of the I guess it looks like a lot of different things. You just got to look at it into the smart and see what's going on. The world, but I don't care about none of that. You know, you guys know, my guys already got this 20 votes, so it's not even working out. You just gotta be patient.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
But that's, you don't have to apologize for that. That's just being chastised by with the holy fire and taking on fire for Christ. It's like the more, like if you compare my testimony or yours to like somebody that's in like that has is famous or whatever, doesn't it always seem kind of like, yeah, thank God for this Oscar, thank God, God's so good, thank God bless you all, good night. There's no, and even if they are saved, and not everybody everywhere today, there are good Christians out there, right? But they're not on fire. They're just like, how are you going to convert somebody, or how are you going to save somebody if you don't sound like you want to save them? And when, like you said, when you really get tempted and tested by the enemy in all those ways, you have to be on fire for the Lord. That's what it means to be on fire for the Lord. It's like, this is what God did for me. And so I want you to know what God can do for you. And you ultimately can save at the end of the day. But a lot of those people just come off really, and even like Christian YouTubers, I totally understand doing like a podcast or like a structured thing. But it's kind of like, yeah, this is the topic, this is demonic, stay away from this. This is what this, they're kind of like doing reactionary stuff. And God, Jesus wasn't out there like bringing a crowd of people together like, oh, this is crazy that you've been doing this, murdering this long, you've been prosecuting this long, and let's see what everybody thinks about it. Like, no, Jesus said, this is my Father's word, the spoken word, God spoke everything into existence, the Holy Spirit was over the dark of the void. You see what I mean? Like, you see what the difference is? And so I just think it's you know, it is doing it for service. You know, you're not giving any context, you're not giving any, like we use context, like, I was here and now I'm there in my walk, right? So I've improved only through Christ, to give all glory to God. All things we do to give glory, glorify the glory to God and to edify Him in all the things that we do and not take part in things like that. But so many people, they just kind of, like, I thought about, like, you know, like somebody that's like 18. Imagine if your sister was 18, right? And you're like, let's just say you're like 30. And she doesn't know the Bible, and all she knows is TikTok. And people are like, yeah, this guy's stuff. We're in the Matrix. Everything's simulated, or whatever, right? Could you imagine this going to her, like, yeah, I prayed, I opened up my Bible, and I was saved, and God is good, Jesus is real, we'll all go to heaven and be saved? Like, what? No, that's insane. Jesus spent 30, what? Well, I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know exactly what age he died, but older than 30, younger than 40, maybe. You might know better than me. But the point is, Jesus spent his whole life up to that, as long as God allowed him to live, right? Being specific. You see what I mean? And I make videos about it. I just wish they would stop doing it. I'm not trying to criticize. They're saving a lot of people. Don't get me wrong.
I just think that if people were a little bit more, maybe like once a month or even once a year, like, hey, I was sinning with this thing with 20 things, now I'm down to one, and I made progress through the Lord, right? Because of this, and this. And instead of just saying, 15 years ago I struggled with lust and now I'm lust free. Like what? Okay. Imagine if all the Bible said was John 3:16, and that's all that was in the Bible. That was the whole book. It's John 3:16. How in the world are we supposed to know anything about life if that's all He gave us, right? You see what I mean? That's why we have all the Gospels. Sorry, that's just a pet peeve of mine. I just need to be honest. It's just aggravating. I just wish people would be more specific. Like, like for example, the only reason we're talking right now is because of God. Because, like right after my mom died, we hadn't talked in like 2.5 years, maybe 3 years. Because I think you were with the big guy, the taller guy. I think you were with him, and then I was doing my stuff. We've always been like separated, just in life. But then out of nowhere, not out of nowhere, but something told you to reach out to me because you reached out to me. I didn't reach out to you because I didn't have your number or nothing, but you got a hold of me, and this is why we're here. And then I was, the point is I didn't abandon you in Christ, and you didn't abandon me in Christ, even though maybe at the time, like you had said, where you had just got out and stuff, even if you weren't, even if you didn't think that you were right with God, God was right for us at the right time, because His timing is not the same as our time. And He brought us, because I'll be honest with you, sorry. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here, because that's just the truth. And I remember that one time that we were telling me that the Lord took my mom because she couldn't take me anymore, and it was her time. And I think about that all the time. And I remember, and I forgot to tell you, but after, because my mom's biggest thing was all the substances and drinking. I didn't learn until recently from Melinda, Deacon's wife, who lived with the Catholic Deacon's wife, that my mom was also doing crack. So like she was so out of her mind, she was scratching her flesh off her body. They couldn't get the crack out of her system. Because they were like, did you come and see her when she went to Emory University and got admitted? And that, that's one of the best colleges in the world. You happen to have a detox program, praise God. Gave her more time to get away with God. And, but I said, no, I didn't. I was probably like dating some girl and hanging out with her some last week. That's what I was doing. She's like, well, it's good because they want to get her excited for the family to come to see her. And then I thought that was the worst part. I never knew that. I thought it was just the pills and the drinking. And that was bad enough at the hospital. And then she was again, she always hallucinations on and intravenous stuff. So okay, it's like, sorry, I'm not supposed to say that. I'm sorry, Lord. Like, oh my goodness. She was doing the H word with the men, and like, God knows what else, right? Plus, she's a nurse, so she knows all like the compounds and chemicals. And it's a miracle that she lived as long as she did. But God had, like, I read a book in 4:13, I think all things through Christ is thinking. That goes for all of us, but maybe some more than others, especially those that are sick. But also, I didn't know that even movement comes from God. So, like, literally everything is from God. And it's mercy and grace that He gave her. And the thing I want to tell you before I get off the phone, I know you probably got to work if you're sick, but my entire life the guy told me the other day, like last year, he said, the reason that, because I used to tell my mom I hated that she got happy with my dad, and how wrong the monster was and this and that. And the Lord told me I was in the Bible one day, the Lord told me, I brought you on this earth to take care of your mom, because if you weren't here, she wouldn't be alive. And I've always known that in my spirit, because everything that God says is equally important. But to me,
I know if I didn't do that, I would have lost myself a long time ago, and I probably, God's the judge of that, but you never know. But I just never could abandon my mom and dad. So yeah, I'm in this financial situation that's really my mom's mother and father. But even more importantly, by doing that, I'm actually honoring our heavenly Father, which is more important than even mom and dad. But so anyway, I got her toxicology report back from her desk yesterday, and praise God, and this gives me the ultimate peace in my heart that she didn't have no drugs or some alcohol that day. Until after she died, I had to find out to see, like, okay, did I do good, Lord? Like, did we do it? Were we praying hard enough? You know what I'm saying? And she couldn't do it her whole life that day of her life. And I know that Lord was, and then she was watching Joseph Friends. I don't know if I told you this, but they're talking about forgiveness of your mother. And I wasn't in there, but she was with the big man in the room. I said, I got to do forgiveness of her. But they took us in and stuff against our door and everything. And she forgave her mom. And I went in my mom's room one day, and the Lord told me to go in there, and I went in there. And right when I went in there, she was asleep, but she woke up. And I said, I love you, Mom. And she said, you don't have to. And it was just like the movie, the scene before she got on the floor. And then she started crying, and she said that to me, and like a week or two later, she died. And that's when you showed up. And so I knew what was going to happen. I just was hoping that she would write the board when she went. And that's your true mercy and grace. And that's stage 4 colon cancer, as they called it when it was terminal. She beat that, and then all the other things. My mom should have been gone from the cancer when she wasn't ready. But that's the thing. You might think someone's ready, but God's saying, no, I'm not done with you yet. And and then the same thing with my dad. He got right with the Lord and everything. So they're good. But I have the ultimate peace in my heart because I know I did it right by the Lord. But yeah, you are right about what everything you said was true. Because I've always thought, I know the breastplate of righteousness, but the other stuff you just told me, I did not know that. And then, I have the benefit of you having had more, God put you in where you were in Florida to have just basically the minister to me. Because I have, a lot of people might have the traumas and the torment and like the street Bible stuff, so to speak, like out in the struggle, right? But there's also people that can't have that because they need to be in the Word, right? They need to be in the congregation. And that's what I want to say. Last thing, the Pope, any Pope, is we don't need a Pope or anybody to talk to the Lord. We can talk to the Lord anywhere. And I know you know this, but demons flee in the name of the Lord, and you call him, you call whatever you want to call him on, other than Jesus, and you're going to get you from your torment to the day you die. You don't have a million demons on you, but you call them in the Lord, call them in the Lord one time, and they're all scattered every single time. And but the thing about the Pope is that people call him Holy Father and doubt him when he kisses his feet. Hey, hold up, bro, hold up. No. I got no man but God, but Jesus. He's the Lord of Lords, King of Kings. And the Bible specifically says, this is not hyperbolic or enough. Like, if you don't believe in John 3:16, you're not going to go to heaven. Now, I don't say, when I do stuff on YouTube or whatever, I don't say anybody's going anyway. I'm just telling you what the Heavenly Father says. And if you don't like what I'm saying, then you go talk to God. And if you want to say that John 3:16 says something that other than what it says, well, you're changing God's word, and you won't be able to change it. Because it's already written. You can't change a book that's already written. And but people call the Pope Holy Father, and I was like, yeah, they call him Father, like the Father, I'm saying. But then I was like, the other day I was watching some stuff about the Pope. Another Christian, he points out like the demonic activity and the deception and all that. And he like it really hit me like Holy Father. I'm like, holy cow. Like no, like that's straight up demonic. You're not no type of father, you know. It says call no man a father, but your heavenly Father. That's verbatim. And now, like, Mama, Kid, and Linda, they're Catholic and they saved me, but we don't pray. Like, okay, so the saints and the ones that are martyred, the ones that were in Sheol on the left-hand side in that left chamber before Jesus went to hell, they were martyred and killed, and then Jesus went down and got them out of there. And then I think Lazarus and the rich man, he was looking up at, no, the rich man was looking up at Lazarus, and like they said, from hell you can see heaven, and from heaven you can see hell, but you can't gap the bridge. The rich man was like, oh, let me out of here, tell my family not to come here. This place is real. And the martyrs and the saints and all them, they're like crying out for vengeance and mercy. And they're like, Lord, oh Lord, when are we going to have our justice? You know, they're crying out for vengeance. And that's at, you know, the tribulation. The Lord comes and blows his breath on Satan and takes him out. But those people are, those are the saints. But we don't pray to them. We pray to well, you know, if you draw a circle, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit are all inside that circle. They're all one, but like you said, they have different functions. It's all one, but it's different functions. Like, it's kind of like if me and you were roommates and we have a roommate named Susie. Like, we're all roommates, but we all have a different relationship with each other, even though we live in the same house. Ooh, the Lord's giving me good analogies. Might not be terrible. But yeah, everything that the Catholic Church is happy to divine, and it's not a God. It's just the fact that, and you notice, and I know you know this, I'm working on it, but from all the, even before I mentioned the horror movies, what is, like in The Exorcist, what do they always bring a Catholic priest? All due respect, I'm not knocking nothing nobody believes, but it's not about what we believe, it's about what God told us, you know. And they always make it seem like you gotta like have a priest there and to get, you know, you just call in the name of Jesus. That's all you need. You know that one. And I just feel bad for people because they're being tormented by these demons because they're being deceived. And so they're caught in the vicious cycle, you see. So yeah. But you know I love you, girl. I'm gonna my hearing date is next month for my disability. My neighbors I was talking to when you called, they gave me a number. I called a number. Actually, I talked to a Christian like that. I gave them my YouTube thing to check out my testimony stuff. But I got a number for the Salvation Army, and she said they can help with $2,500. So that should get me where I need to be to keep my apartment. And the next month, and there's also St. Vincent de Paul, which is another place I'm going to call them tomorrow too. It was too late to call them today because of the time frame. But next month is my hearing for my disability, and once I'm approved for that, I'll get the back pay. So I'll definitely. So what I'm going to do basically is get my rent paid, I can get my car fixed. That's only $400, just a flex bike. It's not much. And get all my rent and my bills paid for a year, and get my cats to the vet, get all their stuff for a year, and then that way I can finally navigate without having the financial stress on me, and prayer and everything, and figure out what God has for me, a plan for me to do financially. But once I have the back payment, I can definitely come see you, or well, it might be easier if I come see you there, probably, or either wherever works out. But if I do come there, I would love for you to meet Mama Ken, or Lord Jesus, sorry, Mama Linda and Daddy Ken. And now again, they're Catholic, but they are really salt of the earth people. But I'm going to try to, because I asked her, I said, Mama Linda, are you Christian or Catholic? She said, we're Catholic. I said, okay. Well, you can't say you're Catholic and you're Christian, but I think a lot of people think because they're Catholic that they're Christian.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
spiritual realm. It's more powerful than the physical. You're diminishing it, negating it, or keeping it from coming to pass.
Talk to me. Watch, get her back.
No, yeah, that's the word we use when we grew up. It's all the same. They're all synonyms. It's all the same thing. Yeah. Praise God. I love you, Dylan, and I'll get on that as soon as you send it to me. And I took down the verses you gave me. I wrote them down. Yeah. All right, girlie, we'll get you some sleep, and I'm here if you need me anytime. Okay. All right. Good night. Bye bye. Hey guys, I won't let you get this video out. But I was talking to a very good, one of my best friends, and basically she saved my life and I saved her life. And I'm in a tremendous amount of pain, so I'm gonna keep this short. Now, by no means is this the context is the same, but the situation is totally different. So I'm not trying to demean anything or play down anything, but it didn't really hit me until I was talking to her, and like if you can see up here in the roof, right there, and then back over there by the ceiling, the corner, the guy, he fell through the roof here, and he fell through the roof there. And that's because there was a grease fire on my part of my floor up here, and the trail got to outside my door, and it stopped like just short of my door, basically. While I was at work and my cats were here, and I'd worked 24 hours in a row that day, and about 20 hours in, I got well, I'd worked like 18 or 19, 20 hours. No, it was pretty much 24 because I remember I came back home, or I slept in my car, one or the other. No, I came back home and slept for a few hours. Went back to work. And so I was in the middle of finishing my shift, but I got a text saying that basically there was a fire. We had to break your door down and take care of your, save your cats. But in my mind, I'm always going to worst case scenario. So all I'm thinking of, okay, is fire. My cats, it's always worst case scenario. Oh, so my cats are burnt up, they're dead. So I was like losing my mind, like any parent would. And I knew they were fine, but the trauma demons was messing with me hard. Because my cats is all I got. And I got the Lord number
You've
one.
got mail.
As far as your family-wise, they're all I have on in that aspect. And so, and before I got Joker, it's been 13 years, from 12 to 25 before I had gotten cats again. So to have that taken away after that amount of time, basically I almost off myself because I didn't have cats. That's how much I love cats. So this is not no light thing I'm talking about. This is dead serious. And it kind of coincides with the same thing. Number one is to be extremely grateful for the blessings you do have. Because I think a lot of times we all tend to think of blessings as, yeah, this happened in a whole year, and we just like wish through that year in just like a week's tense instead of a daily basis and a daily blessing, because every day with your pets is a blessing. I don't have kids, so I can't say kids, but every day with my cats is a blessing. And then, now what I don't understand is how they broke the door down and somehow managed to not have them run out of the house. I don't even know how that happened. And where the hell do they, I guess they grabbed the carrier, but hey, they're firefighters, they know what they're doing. God bless them. None of them were here to, matter of fact, I'm going to call them tomorrow actually and see. There's one right down the road, it's probably them, but I want to see if I can get a hold of the chief and see, because an apartment fire, they would definitely, they have all that on their docket, because I used to be a dispatcher. I know that it's all recorded. So I want to go and thank those ladies and gentlemen in person, because that's, my cats are my world. And that's what I mean when I say I don't care if I have all this material stuff. As long as I got my cats, I'm good. I got my Bible number one, I got the Lord number one, I got my cats second, I'm good. See, my Bible and my cats, I'm good. All this other crap can be replaced, and even if it can't be replaced because the insurance never, I'll replace it down the line anyway, but you can't replace your cats. And not only that, but there was soot and smoke that was in there, and none of it, like the outside, basically what I'm saying is the outside of the door was smoky, and the fire, it stopped, like, it was spreading in the carpet, and somehow it just stopped at, like, the foot of my door, and same thing with the smoke. So outside of that stuff in the roof, where they fell through, which falling through the roof is common, because you lose your footing. So when I got home, there was all that debris up there. The door was broken. I had to get the locks changed. And so yeah, that was a really horrific day for me. And for them. And poor Joker, he's moved like 9 times. He's got really bad PTSD and separation anxiety and stuff. And anxiety and them kicking down they had to axe down the door door. They didn't kick in the door. They axed it down. They had to chop through it like, here's Johnny, but like they did it on the by the doorknob thing. If you're a firefighter, you know what I'm talking about. So be grateful for your blessings with your cats, your animals. Remember, they're made by God, and that's why they're a blessing. We all are, but cats are just, being a cat lover is a different thing. Because cats choose you, you don't choose them. And with like with dogs, it's just like everybody, you could pick any dog up, rip a thing, and they oh, your mom, your dad, okay. No offense. I love all animals, but my cat bias is and the other part of that is don't leave anybody behind in general. Because my best friend I just talked to, like I said, we both saved each other's lives since we met and we didn't know it. But there were particular times where I needed her and she needed me. And then now she just put a lot of amazing, deep knowledge of the scripture in my mind that I didn't know, that I thought I was using it correctly, but I actually wasn't. She was chastising me with the Holy Spirit, but that's a good thing. It's not like you're being scolded or something. It's just that you're being made, you're strengthening your relationship in Christ. You have a plan if there is a fire, or if there's an emergency, or robber people, or whatever. Have a plan, an exact plan, code words, all that stuff. And the number one objective is to get the people and the animals to safety, and all the other stuff can be replaced. Given the scripture, if you want to look at other YouTubers that do breakdowns of current events with prophecy, you can check them out. And then you can just go on the scripture and see, like the Sahara Desert just got flooded. That was one of the prophecies. I'll make it rain in arid places or something like that. So instead of focusing on all the media, basically if it's on the media, 99% of it disregard, because it's all a distraction. What you need to focus on is the scripture that the things they're not telling you in the media is what you need to be focusing on, not the stuff that they are telling you 99%. But I'm going to get off here. That's the video. That was, I don't know.
If you continue to connounce sin,
20, having lifted 400. Wachowski in the hold, he also failed the 20 kilo mark. Graham Hicks, he got 400 kilos, didn't get 420, 66 stone, but Jonas Harshaw did. Swedish record. He then pulled out. Mark Felix got 420, couldn't get 435. Johnson, 435 kilo. Strongest man, Eddie Hall. 435 will be a new British record. He sailed earlier this year in the deadlift. Just look at the man, look at the grip, and the hand, was that a clean lift? One more go.
He's going to lock it out. 30 seconds. He's on the head referee, Magnus Magnuson. Strongest man is giving these men, so he's got to strap on and go again quickly. He was very close there to getting it.
That was just a fraction away. So often in deadlifting and powerlifting technique is going to be vital, and now he's got to do it all again. This is to lift a total of 870 kilos in a minute. He gets it. It's a new British record. You can put it down now, Eddie. Eddie?
Eddie Hall, British record of 435, and he's still holding it. How does that feel?
Feels amazing. Really easy way. Don't put it down on.
I'm going to move out of the way now so you don't get disqualified and I don't get hurt. Eddie? Eddie? You're now the long press British record holder and the deadlift record holder for the moment. Can you go one step further?
If it was about to do that twice, probably not. Tell you what, give me 10 minutes. I'll give it a bash.
Well, look out for it, Eddie Hall!
I'll give it a bash at 70 on stone. Eddie Hall does this twice within a minute. Locks it out the second time for a clean lift. And a new British record. I don't know whether he's building the crowd or they're building him, but both of them are building Lawrence Chalet. Eddie Hall took away his Britain's Strongest Man title in Doncaster. He's taken away the deadlift record. Chalet has got a point to prove. And one thing you don't want to do is get these men angry. Oh my goodness, straight up. That is great stuff. More tension.
I just can't believe how quick he is off the floor here. There's a lot more there with Charlotte for sure.
I don't know how you can make that sort of weight look easy, but he did.
So, after 3 rounds of this World Deadlift Championship, it's currently Martin Pildown and Brits Eddie Hall and Lawrence Charlotte tied with a British record of 435 kilos.
So Andy Bolton going for 446 kilos, 70 stone. And he's not going to do it, and I think he steps out. And that might be why some of our strongmen have gone through the incremental increases so that you don't go for all or nothing at the final stage of thinking you make. Magnuson, this thing with the ears for the Icelander, I'm not quite sure what that does. Maybe that's the equivalent of Eddie Hall's smelling salt or whatever it is. Gets this man fired up. Kyle, the beast could really do it here.
He's got this routine where he stalks up and down beforehand, really gets himself in the zone. And he did 445 kilograms for a new strongman
Oh god, that's awful. Now, are you going to be able to continue with any of the events in the competition?
Not to be honest. So, we pretty much told me felt it couldn't go. It's already started to hurt. So.
Okay, Lars, we'll go get that sorted now. Thank you.
Yes. Wow, they are strong men. Come on, people, get behind me now. Come on!
Let's hear it for Eddie Hall!
He said he was going to have a crack.
Let's hear it for Eddie!
At the world record, 446 kilos. He is the British record holder. He is Britain's strongest man. And he tied the world record. And if he does, will that content him? I think the answer to that would be no.
We'll have to do 2 reps in the previous weight, just a few minutes to go.
You've got mail.
He just got stuck in his thighs. No, he does knock that out. Absolutely, the hand goes down. It was under control. Look at the shock. He realizes instantly what he's done.
You know, guys, in my eyes, I was a real left with. I can do a war switch on it. Like this is the strictest half of the body I'll fucking hook. So that it's better on it. My goodness.
And again, we're going to start off at 395 pounds. This is straight up bench pressing.
I mean, this is interesting for all of us because none of us really know what's happening. We don't usually see an event like this, and it's not something that the guys have ever really done before. You know, obviously they will train for bench pressing and chest pressing in the gym, but they've never done it as part of a competition before. So it's going to be really interesting.
There we go. On to 390 now.
So you've got Ed Cohen at the side to make sure they lock their arms out and lock their elbows out, giving the thumbs up, and then Mark's going to be giving the down call with the time.
Yeah, I'm going to call it that.
Yeah, he had to work for that last one and hold his head there. Hopefully he's just a bit fatigued.
So 512 after that, 527, 541, 570. Call it 575. So Maxime Boudreau's starting to fade just a little bit in the competition. He came into this one down on points, currently in 9th overall and 30 points. Kevin Ferris now with an opportunity to make a move.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one to call, you know, to sort of sit there and say, you know, who do I think is going to do well on this race. The only gauge we've got is the guys that we know are big bench pressers. And even that sort of is never contested in competition, so, you know, unless they're doing some powerlifting on the side as well. But most of the guys use the bench press as just sort of more an accessory exercise for their overhead press to bring that tricep power or the sort of upper chest power on. You know, you probably find guys that train an incline bench more often than they would train a flat bench.
So it's crazy how they reload this thing as the kegs all drop down to the one and they have a hydraulic that brings them all up to the top. So our equipment crew doesn't have to load all the kegs back up there. But I'll tell you what, 575, that's serious pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure we'll see someone finish. I mean, there is a couple of guys in here that can sort of bench press that sort of weight, but right, you've got all the lifts before it, which are obviously going to take some energy away. So it will be a big effort for someone to finish this, that's for sure.
So Maxime Boudreau, credited at, was it 473?
Yep.
473. Kevin Ferris will be the next one to step up. I just think of the person that kind of designed this. From the minds of Brian Shaw and others, but this is just a crazy, just see those kegs drop.
Yeah.
Pinball.
I mean, there's obviously a lot of thought got into it. I mean, I don't know if anyone saw it on the live stream, the way they sort of set it. It's all done through hydraulics and mechanics and everything else. So, yeah, you haven't got the guys having to sort of stand on a ladder reloading the kegs. It's quite an impressive bit of machinery.
Probably not coming to a gym soon, local gym, because it's a lot to handle there. But it's pretty cool. Like we talked about this, Terry, going back to the visuals of the old World's Strongest Man Day of pulling trains and buses and airplanes.
Yeah. And also, another thing just to add, the same as the leg press yesterday, these guys have all been measured up, so that back plate moves backwards and forwards. So, you know, there's no one has an advantage on the other. Yeah, like if they've got short arms or, you know, bigger chest, no one has an advantage. Everyone's measured to the exact same position. And the back pad, and they're even standing on mats to make sure that the handle's in the same spot for the guys. I think
first at 365. This is 390. Next kick drops in. Successful. Let's go to 416 for Kevin Ferris of the USA. Gets it.
I'm looking at this trying to sort of figure out if I'd actually like to have a go at it.
Good at 444. He gets it. Give him the lead. Wow, Kevin Ferris with a great run so far.
Can he get the last two?
541.
Let's go, Kevin. Come on, let's get this off.
570 plus.
Great effort.
Yeah. So Kevin Ferris with a great performance there as he gets almost a full rack of 541.
Another thing, sort of another technicality with the sort of referees on it, they're also strapped onto the pad, so there can't be any sort of moving their back off, moving their bum off the pad, anything like that. Just to make it so it's exactly fair for everyone, everyone's in the same position. So, yeah, they've really gone to a lot of effort to make sure that this is a fair contest rather than sort of certain body types having an advantage over others.
Look at this, how they reload it. They drop all those kicks down one by one. Oh, they're going to do the whole rack. So there's the whole rack of kicks. They'll take the left side up first, and then the right side comes up. Next up, it'll be Luke Stoltman. Not the performance Luke was looking for. He currently sits in second to last place on 15 points. Worth noting that Adam Bishop, we talked about before, he had to pull out earlier today because of injury. So we still have 14 athletes. We now down to 13. That eye's been getting everyone jacked up. So 541 is the mark to beat, put up by American Kevin Ferris. Still going to be the next one to come out.
I mean, Luke's a big presser. Certainly, I agree pressing. I don't know how much bench pressing he does. I know he does it as part of his training, but I don't know how much he's put out and where he's at. But he's a big, strong presser with massively strong triceps. I can't imagine it would be bad at this event.
So guys on the floor are saying that Kevin Ferris is not 541, 542. So we'll just round up a pound, give him the credit, keep it consistent. Stoltman now getting strapped in. He's been measured. All right, set in, locked, ready to go. Let the fun begin.
You got a party? Proud dinner.
Good start from Luke.
Hold on, baby.
No problem with 416. Good at 444.
I mean, I think this is great for sort of the gym goers because they can sort of understand it. Even though they don't do a standing press, they might bench press, but they might also use a chest press machine, and it gives you an idea about what these guys are going for. Obviously, when you're using a chest press machine, it's set on a weight, you do an amount of reps, and it gets really hard towards the end. Obviously, these guys are doing an amount of reps, and they're adding weight to each time. It is really tough. I mean, you know, for anyone that wanted to sort of try and feel what it feels like, go in the gym, put the pin in the stack, do a rep, and then gradually work your way up the stack and see how tough
526. So Kevin Ferris is 542. Wow, that was a good showing. Luke Stolman. It seems like, Terry, the first 3 or 4, that would make it sound like it's easy because these guys are going 394, 64, 44. They're making it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, they're only making the things because it's only like this. These guys are, you know, immensely powerful.
How much of a difference is, I mean, everyone, most people have bench pressed before. Why is this different? What's the dynamic change?
Well, I mean, obviously the standing side of it, so you can't get your legs into it. Actually, it's surprising how much you use your legs and things like that when you bench press. One to stabilise, but you also get a little bit of sort of drive through your legs. So it is different. But also the good thing is you know, we can actually see the reaction. We can see the effort in their face. And that's always been the struggle with bench pressing in strongman competitions. When they people have attempted it, you can't see them. You know, you can't see the athletes' faces, which makes it quite tricky. You know, we want to see the reaction. We want to see the grimacing. We want to see how much effort they're putting in.
So after 5 events, Mitch Hooper has the lead overall on 60.5 points. Brian Shaw in second on 60 points. Trey Mitchell 54.5. Tom Schultman in fourth. And then Evan Singleton in fifth with 43. Moving on now. Second event here of day number 2. It's the standing chest press. And it's Ivor Mostelis out of Latvia. Mark to beat is 5:42, put up by Ken Ferris, the U.S. Just moments ago, Luke Stoltman successful at 5:26. As he gets strapped in, we're going to remind you that we've still got 2 more events to go. Event number 7 will be the bag over bar, which is always entertaining. And then, of course, the final event, event number 8, Fingal Fingers into Power Stairs. 2 Fingal Fingers at 300 pounds and 330 respectable before they get to the Power Stairs. So that'll be a lot of fun to wrap things up. Bit of a change. Normally the iconic Atlas Stones, those were contested on day number 1.
I'm really excited for that last event. I think it's going to be a hell of a showdown.
Going to leave it wide open for everyone. So Ivor's strapped in, ready to go. He'll start things off at 390. Off another keg.
Not sure what went on there. I don't know if he didn't get the down corner or something wrong. Let's do that first weight twice now.
Triple forward. Gets the down. This was pulling even with Maxime Boudreau. Gets it. $5.12. 5.26 now, Drivers. So he'll bow out 5.12. Benching 512 pounds is, nothing to sneeze at. So Ferris still leads with 542. Luke Stoltman sitting in second with 526, and Ivor Mostelis in third right now on 512. We get some great pressers still to come.
I expect Evan coming out next to be good at this. He's a massive bench presser, so I expect him to be good. Much as he's sort of a tall guy with long arms, he's a huge bench presser.
Evan Singleton will be the next man to drop out after they reload the rack of kegs. You wonder if there's something like this, they went to a local brewery, saw a contraption like this, said, we could do something with that.
Yeah.
That's a few pints, isn't it?
Yeah.
2 more events still to go after this one, so we're almost at the halfway point of day number 2. 4 events took place on day number 1. This is the second event, the halfway point, but this is completed, and then the final 2 events. That's when you're going to find out who has done the work, because attrition will certainly kick into effect. T-Rex Evan Singleton out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, the 30-year-old, 6'5", 350 pounds. excited for this event because he's a good venture and he'd like to push for the win on this one. So we talked about it, Terry, and very few guys that agree with you are going to get that max of 575.
Every someone that we use that is capable of it does take up around 600 pounds. So if anyone's got a chance of doing it, I would imagine he would be one of the ones that will have a shot.
We've currently sitting in fifth place overall after 5 events on 43 points. It could be huge if he could pull off a victory here. That would probably move him into the top 3 or 4, depending on what those ahead of him pull off here. And I asked for a little crowd support. The sold-out Budweiser Event Center here in Loveland, Colorado. He steps into the contraption, gets belted in.
I would say he looks fired up, but Evan's always fired up.
That's true. Fired up for dinner the other night. Yeah. Ready to go. Start up at 390. 416. No problem at 444. 473 is no problem.
Looking good so far.
Yeah, he's making this look easy.
Yeah, it's all once he gets it moving just a tiny bit, all of a sudden it's like it gets easy for him. Just that initial bit's a little bit tough. Yeah. And then once it gets moving, the sort of triceps and the front delts and everything else kick in, and then all of a sudden it's so strong.
Puts him in a tie for first. This will give him the lead. Full lap, 575, and he's not going to get it. So a nice job by Evan Singleton as he goes into a tie with Kevin Ferris, first place, 542 pounds.
Great performance from Kevin as well. The fact that went out second, didn't really know what to expect.
Yeah.
You know, it's like when you're doing an event, you know, even if you're out first, if you've done it before, or you've seen people do it before, you've got an idea of what's going to happen. Obviously, none of these guys have actually seen these people do this properly.
Yeah.
So no one knew what to expect.
He's going to do a standing chest press. It's a little bit different, as Terry pointed out. Don't use that core strength.
I mean, another thing with this, like, it'll be like the leg press. Last year, the winning number on the leg press was 8 reps. This year it was 14.
Yeah.
And it'll be the same with this event, I'm sure, next year. Yeah. You know, whatever is done this year on this event, it will be surpassed next year, that's for sure. Because the guys will know what to expect now, and they'll be able to train for it and figure out where they need to improve their strengths to be better at this event.
get to compete with guys like that, you know, when you've been watching on TV for so long. For me, it was guys like Magnus Samuelsson and Ted Carlson and these guys I got to compete with when I watched them on TV for years. It was an amazing experience.
Quite a brotherhood. How many of those guys are you still able to keep in touch with?
Yeah, a few of them we still chat every now and then, and yeah, obviously it's great to keep in contact. We're all like-minded people, but you know, it's always nice to catch up with strong men past and present.
Solid.
Yeah, it's really strong.
526. No problem.
It looks like he's going to finish this.
We'll put him into first place for the tie. I think we got our first full round contestant here. 575. Thomas Evans.
Now they're in the final one. They're going for the next. Exactly right. Yeah, if you 575 off all those misses on up and down, you then got a record to the second round and the final finish.
So in case you're curious, as Terry brought the tiebreaker, he'll go for a rest once they get 575, and then they'll go back to time. So his time on that was an amazing 39.7 seconds. So if someone else puts up 575 and they do it in under 39.7 seconds, they will move into the lead. Wow. So now you're going to have to, if you're backstage, Terry, you know you're going to have to do all 8 kegs, and you have to do it in under 40 seconds.
Yes. Pressure's definitely on this guy now. It's fast.
Can I just say how genius this system is? Because remember back in the day when you had something like this, you'd have guys out there calling, and guys be out there loading kegs after he said it. You'd be waiting, and this is 20 seconds, drops, goes, hydraulic it up, off and running.
It's not just a bit of equipment, but lifting heavy stuff is an absolute feat of engineering as well.
Big man from Wales, Gavin Bilton, will be the next man to give it a shot. How do you keep fares on pressing?
Yeah, I mean, he's a strong presser. I mean, Gav's pretty good at it. There's no real massive weakness that he's got. He's pretty consistently good. He's getting better at the effects all the time. I mean, I'm sure Gav would have been, you know, when he got the call up to come out here, I'm sure he would have put some work, extra work on his bench press, and yeah, hopefully he's going to put in a big performance.
Get the final instructions. Head coach telling what he can and can't do. Mark Phillippe will be making sure that he does the extensions. Chad Coy also taking part as one of the officials. Also want to thank Van Hatfield and Joe Ken. All of our officials here at the Shaw Classic do a great job. And the beautiful thing, Terry, no controversy so far. It's been pretty straight up.
None at all, yeah. Well, it's like we said, you know, they're sort of, the refs are being consistent all the way through. They're doing a great job. And, you know, they were very clear with the rules on every event before the competition. You know, it was explained to them in real detail, so there's no questions that weren't answered.
Gavin Bilton trying to become the strongest man on earth. To do so, he'll need all kegs, 8 of them, 575 pounds pressed in under 40 seconds.
It's got a big gap.
Good. 444 across the board. 6'6", 385 pounds now for his second meeting.
I would say that's what we want to say. It's not always about the biggest number. It's not always about, you know, those records and things like that. It's just that these guys
flavoring. He's done. So we'll check out at 473, which puts it even with Maxime Boudreau.
It's like we spoke a little bit about it yesterday. It's all about personal battles. Gav now knows where he's at. Next year, if he gets to come back, he's going to want to be, and this is the thing. You're not always competing just against the guys that you're going up against. You sometimes see guys who'll be really happy with the league, which has got a 5th or 6th place, but because it's the best they've done, or the best they're capable of at the moment, they're really happy, and that's always the battle. You're more competing with yourself than you are the other guys.
Gavin Milton throws his jersey into the crowd, kicks a tug of war. Bobby Thompson will be the next man up. 575 is the mark. Full rack put up by Thomas Evans. We're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 athletes here in the standing chest press with 4 events still to go here.
You've got mail.
Magic destroy them before they become more of a
I
nuisance.
would guess, looking at Bobby the way he's built, knowing he's a strong overhead presser, I would guess that Bobby's going to be good. Yeah. He's got that sort of big build to him. Massive shoulders, massive chest, massive triceps. I can imagine that he will be good.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
Bobby Thompson now stepping in. 2 minutes on the clock. Eight kicks waiting for him. So we have 1 rep in with no kick on there at 365. Then a kick drops and he goes to 390. Hey, he was pretty relaxed, Terry. 444 pounds.
Looking good.
473.
No real struggle yet at all.
None. 512. Easy. And these next 3 are huge. 526.
It's still looking strong. I mean, yeah. Only 2 minutes to go, and then obviously prepping the last one to try and get ahead of Tom Evans if he can. Looks like he's just about in the ball now.
Last one.
Let's go, Bobby. Come on.
575 proved to be too much for Bobby Thompson, so he'll get back from 542. Still, Thomas Evans with the lead. Well done.
This is the thing we sort of talked about. The people that sort of don't always understand strongman events. You know, most people that think of the gym as bench press, but now they can perhaps understand, how strong these guys really are. The fact that they're going out there and basically chest pressing nearly 600 pounds tops.
Yep. So the kegs are reloaded. Hydraulics will take them back up to the top. That takes us down to the final 5 competitors. You'll see Alexei Novikov, Trey Mitchell for Brian Shaw. The last man to go will be Tom Stoltman. Jump ahead a little bit. Tom Stoltman, Brian Shaw, both big men, over 400 pounds, over 6 feet tall. How do you think they fare on the bench press?
I think they're both good. They're both big bench pressers. Typically, guys with longer levers are not so good at pushing
pressing movements, just the length of the arms, the extra distance you've got to travel. Guys with shorter legs tend to develop better at pushing movements. But both those guys, I mean, they sort of get around into that absolute colossal strength, and also on top of that, they're huge men as well, so it kind of changes the lead into them. They're absolutely enormous, got huge shoulders, huge triceps, they're very big men, so they do get around that sort of, that difference where, they've got the longer legs. I think it would make it difficult for them.
Lexi Novikov now, 27 years of age, already World Strongest Man champion. He got that done back in 2020. He was just 24 years old. This is the third appearance at the Shaw Classic. Placed third place at the 2020 event. There he is now stepping in. Lexi looking to move himself up that leaderboard. Currently, Novikov sitting in 7th place on 37 points, 1 point back of Bobby Thompson in 6th.
Well, he knows what he needs to do to get ahead of Bobby on. He's just seen Bobby go. He's got to try and beat him.
Long and running at 365 pounds, no kegs dropped. First one come in, and 390.
I don't necessarily see Lacey improving Bobby, but I don't see him being unbelievably good at this. When you watch him press, when he's doing overhead press, the thing that makes Alexi so good is he's so explosive and so powerful. Whereas he doesn't always sort of have that power to grind out big heavy bits. Everyone's about sort of how explosive he is.
473. This will be a big one for him, 512.
What a great performance though.
Yeah. 473 for Alexi. Same number put up by Maxime Boudreau and Gavin Philbin. All right, we're down to the final 4. It'll be Trey Mitchell, Mitch Hooper, Brian Shaw, and Tom Stolman.
I would have been absolutely shocked if Trey wasn't amazing.
Yeah, I agree.
He's got a huge chest, huge pressing power. I just can't see him being anything but amazing at this event.
Someone asked him about this event, and his answer was quite simple. He said, it's all right.
Yeah. But Trey never gives too much away.
That's true.
It's like sort of so stoic a lot of the time, doesn't show a hell of a lot of emotion. Just comes out, does his business.
Yeah. Trey, a two-time Shaw Classic champion, Thor's Hammer record holder. 4th appearance. He's been in every single one of the Shaw Classics. This is a big deal right now. I mean,
You've got mail.
The top 4 guys. So Trey Mitchell, who currently sits in 3rd place, 54.5 points. If he can win this event, Jerry, and move ahead of Brian and Mitch on points, he's going to put himself a lot closer to that 60 where they are.
Yeah.
And with 2 events to go, which he could be very good at, maybe a chance to steal this victory.
Yeah, and he's got very sort of active Tom Stolman behind him. He's on the rise. He's sort of had a couple of big performances. You know, he's going to want to sort of almost calm Tom down a little bit by beating him on this event. Stop the sort of the momentum that Tom's created over the last couple of events.
Charles Trey Mitchell, the 3rd, Big Tex out of Lumberton, Texas, 6'4", 370 pounds, and 30 years of age. Gets himself ready to be strapped into this contraption. It's like a time machine as he's traveling back to the land of the pain. It's like you're getting on a amusement park ride. They strap you on stuff, but it's not going to be a thrill. It's just going to hurt.
Yeah. Mind you, I'm sure if Trey went on a roller coaster or something, he'd go in. And then there was only built for people like us. I know from experience.
So here he goes. 390 pounds, no problem for him. I imagine these first 3 or 4 are just going to be warm-ups for him, Terry.
Yeah.
444 is no problem.
going to want to try and shut that door, and Tom Stolman, obviously, you know, like we said, he's driving a lot of momentum at the moment. Trey could put that big performance here. It could stop him.
512 good. 526 pounds. 2 more to go. So he will get credit for 526. Thomas Evans still holding on for that 575, and I think what's going to set him apart, Terry, is he not only did 575, but he did it pretty fast. Yeah. Under a minute. Luke Stolman also did 5.6. I'll tell you what, that 542 of Bobby Thompson, that was a great move, even with Evan Singleton. Trey Mitchell done, down to the final 3 now in this event. Mitch Hooper, it'll be Brian Shaw and Tom Stolman, by virtue of winning the last event, gets to go last. This is a really interesting dynamic right now. Mitch Hooper has the overall lead, a half a point ahead of Brian Shaw. Brian Shaw is going after him. Yeah. So Brian will have that extra motivation for him, knowing what he needs. Because if he get 1 point ahead of Mitch, he'll move in the overall lead.
Exactly that. I mean, it's almost weird that they're chasing Mitch, but Mitch is actually the one that's sort of, you know, got to go out there and, you know, really sort of, he's not got the advantage. Normally the guy who's leading sort of kind of has the advantage a little bit, but not today. It's so close going into this. I mean, like, it's hard to call out. This is all going to fall at the end of the competition, but, you know, Mitch will definitely be nervous going out with full line on this one.
You've got mail.
Now, the interesting is Mitch pulled this off, and man, he's had a good year. Won the World's Strongest Man. He won the Art Classic. He could pull off the Shaw Classic in the same year, the trifecta. Fans calling out for the moves. All right, Mitch Hooper on the way. 2 more athletes to go after him. Not a problem. Unit 444.
Yeah, it looks strong.
Yeah, it does.
Looks really comfortable so far.
So this is 512 pounds, and that's not a problem. Here's where you get serious. 526, 542, and then 575.
Looks good. Wouldn't surprise me if he gets these vocal draws too.
Got it.
Oh, good effort there from Mitch Hooper.
542, even on Bobby Thompson and Kevin Ferris. Wow, we're down to the final 2. This is moving right along. So Brian Shaw, this will be a really interesting situation to see how far Brian pushes himself.
Yeah.
542 is what the man in front of him overall, Mitch Hooper, just did. So Brian could really just do, he could do 542 faster and take the lead. Or he can do the whole rack, which probably what's on Brian's mind is just, why not just do the whole rack? I built this thing, I came up with it.
And the one thing I would say is Brian hasn't had the advantage. You know, people might think, oh, that's Brian's equipment, he might have been able to train on it. They've still been tinkering with the equipment and fixing it literally up until 2 days before we got there.
it's Friday, they're still waiting for a part or two to come in. Exactly. So it'll be Brian Shaw, who sits in second place overall, and then Tom Stoltman will be the last man to go. Stoltman sitting in fourth place on 47 points. So he cannot pass Brian Shaw or Mitch Hooper, even if Stoltman was to win this event. Shaw can move into first place if he can get all 8 kegs lifted. He's got to do it faster than Thomas Evans.
Brian is a big bench presser. Yeah, really big. Certainly in the past has been benching huge numbers, so it'll be interesting to see how he fares on this.
Brian is fastidious, to say the least, with his preparations. Yeah. He's learned every trick, he's learned every...
And he can't rush him either.
Yeah, he just...
You know, even if they were over there saying, come on, Brian, you've got to get a move on, he would still go through the same sort of process of, you know, how he wraps his wrist and everything else. There's no,
it's not like he's stalling. He said this is just his preparation. Yeah.
I think that's the beauty of shows like this. You know, is with the world's strongest man and things like this, they're so on you about like you know, TV time and stuff like that. Right. So with this, Brian's, you know, setting school out, setting for the athletes. So, you know, if you guys need a little bit more time, he'll give them a little bit more time.
There you go. Wilson has the hometown crowd behind him as Brian Shaw steps into his contraption with he helped design and build. And we'll see how it plays out. He needs all 8 kegs. That would include 575, and he needs to do it in under 40 seconds to take the lead and surpass Thomas Evans. First one will be 390. There you go. Keg got stuck for just a second. 473. 512. Where's that going to replace it? Not even. 526 for Brian Shaw. If anyone's going to do big corner, that's the joint. Yeah.
Love you guys. That was awesome. It worked out all right. It worked out all right. We've got to keep rocking. Thank you for all the love. Really, really means a lot. Let's get Tom out here and see what he can do.
You've got mail.
Now Tom's going to come on, Tom's pulling up. The 41-year-old Brian Shaw is in first place. He is set the mark to beat all 8 kegs plus an extra rep. So for Tom Stolman to take the win and to get 3 events in a row, he's got to do all 8 kegs plus 2 reps or all 8 kegs plus 1 rep in a faster time.
Yeah, and then you've got the other dynamic as well, is if he wants to do all 8 lifts, but in a slower, in the same sort of time as Tom Evans, obviously Mitch Hoover didn't get the 8 lifts, he got 7. That meant 2 guys getting the red point. Yeah, he's a 40-point changer.
So he can drop down 2.5 points with 2 events to go.
There's a lot still can happen in this competition. It's still up and down.
Is it too much of a hard ending for Brian Shaw to end his career winning the Shaw Classic as he said goodbye to the event and the sport?
It would probably be the most fitting sporting moment there's ever been.
So it comes down to this. Tom Stolman, 29-year-old out of Invergordon, Scotland, stands 6 feet 8 inches tall. He weighs 405 pounds. He can 45 kicks plus an extra rep faster than Brian Shaw did it, or do 2 extra reps, but it's fully limited at 575.
Let's go, Big Tom. Good. I wonder how it feels when you're standing there and that kick's rolling down and you're just waiting, you'd be itching to lift.
I just hear it.
Yeah.
Slamming right behind their head.
Yeah. Just nervously waiting for Mark Phillips to tell them they can lift.
He looks really comfortable, doesn't he?
It does look good. He's going to have an eye on Trey Mitchell's 526, that's for sure. Two more kicks. That was it. That was the 526. So it's tied with Trey. He gets this. That's great. Great effort.
526 for Tom Stolman. That means that Brian Shaw has just won the standing chest press, and he will go into first place.
completely embracing his daughter. But because his family placement was supporting the model, a method that all parents have used to yield their children for millennia, y'all want to make it weird. And let's really think critically, because if this is the threshold.
He's so ridiculously strong. You gotta remember, he picked up a Thomas Inch barbell. Here's my basketball. He was walking around like a giant guy. And you know what the Thomas Inch is? It's a circus trick. Like nobody can do it. You gotta pinch the barbell and lift it up. It's like everybody strong tries to do it. You can't do it. It's one in like a heartbeat. You can do it. And he walked over and goes, oh, what is this? And I go, that's a Thomas Inch. Try to pick it up. Okay. Guys, just picture what it is. And the guy goes, do you know what you just did? He goes, this is before I start training. Yes, sir. Oh, and he goes, if you don't, you know what's wrong. But what makes Brian special is intelligence, but he's super. He's so ridiculously strong. You gotta remember, he picked up a Thomas Inch barbell. Here's my basketball. He was just walking around like a giant guy. And you know what the Thomas Inch is? It's a circus trick. Like nobody can do it. You gotta pinch the barbell and lift it up. It's like everybody strong tries to do it. You can't do it. It's one in like a heartbeat. You can do it. And he walked over and goes, oh, what is this? And they go, that's a Thomas Inch. Try to pick it up. No, do it all day. Guys, just picture what it is. And the guy goes, do you know what you just did? He goes, no, this is before I start training. Yes, sir. Oh, and he goes, if you don't, you know what's wrong. But what makes Brian special is intelligence, but he's
I'll start somebody. I'm 35 years old and I live in Southern California. I think this doesn't matter.
What got you to the $2,000 job?
I would actually like to say around something else.
What package do you need to show the judges that will beat everyone else? Yep, okay. That's your own part. Learn. Learn what? What do you want to be most? Someone trying to start out this side of and watching you, a fan?
I'll say somebody. I'm 35 years old and I live in Southern California. I think
What got you to the $2,000 job?
I would actually like to say around something else.
What package do you need to show the judges that will beat everyone else? Yep, okay. That's your own part. Learn. Learn what? What do you want to be most? Someone trying to start out this side of and watching you, a fan?
And